In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, You can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Batter Boy goes down. The nade through the backline. He finds one and it's turned.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
Hello and welcome back to the PMSL EMEA. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and we are going to be kicking off week 2. We've already divvied out a bunch of league ranking points back in week 1. Na'Vi sat atop the pack. This time, will it be any different, or will Na'Vi reign supreme? I'm going to be giving my opinions. Blank's certainly going to be giving his, I hope, over the next 5 days that we've got you. So make sure you stay tuned, because we've got plenty more to come.
Plenty more opinions, hopefully, as well, to be given out to divvy between these teams of who's doing hot, who's doing not so great. And I think that, honestly, for Na'Vi last week, started off fantastically well, and then sort of dribbled off a little bit towards the end of the week, but they still took first place. Check out our socials down below on the screen. PUBG Mobile Official EU, somewhere around that category over at Instagram, YouTube, as well as TikTok. Come find out what's going on in the future of PUBG Mobile and what's happening right now.
Absolutely. You love to see it. Everybody loves to see it. And we've got 5 days this week. We've got 5 days next week. And then we've got the finals after that. It is going to be a lovely month. It's always an exciting time of the year. You know, it might be getting a little bit colder in the Northern Hemisphere in EMEA, but it is certainly heating up here in the competition. And they will be competing for a whole chunk of the money. Let's take a look at the prize pool breakdown. $400,000 overall, $227,500 into those finals prize pools. Participation reward guarantees each team at least $2,000 this tournament. There are other prizes to be snacked on. Sure. Snaffled up by these teams as well. Player bonuses, we've got show matches, we've got rewards for the league stage as well, Blake.
Yeah, there's tons of rewards will be given out here, and heading over towards the finals prize pool, we'll have 55k right at the top, dropping down to 22k in third place, and snaffled in between is 35k for second. But obviously, just getting towards those finals will reward you with $5,000 coming in 16th and 15th. So make sure you at least make it to the top 16 with those league ranking points, which will be happening and being accrued over 3 weeks. We've already completed our first week here in September, and we'll be moving into week 2 now. 2 more weeks after that, and we will be concluding our PMSL EMEA finals.
Yeah, on those 3 days, we're going to have our finals weekend. So don't be surprised if you tune in on the 9th of October and we're not there. There is still more PUBG Mobile to play. It will be on the 11th. Let's head on over to our teams. Of course, we've still got 20 teams in the tournament. 4 of them will sit out for the first day. We've split them up into 5 groups. You can see all of their logos here. Obviously, Na'Vi, you can see them on the bottom row. They sat right at the top of last week's matches. Fireflux were hot on their heels. They fell off a little bit as we look at our groups. You can see Trovo 2030, Twisted Minds, Black Esports, and 77. 4 teams not going to be seen today. We're going to wait for tomorrow, and they'll be ready and raring to go.
Instead, we've got teams like Fireflux, who had a banger week last week alongside with Na'Vi. Obviously, Virtus Pro were able to bring things back up to speed towards the end there. And it's IW NRX who have been consistent throughout. So some really, really strong teams here who are starting to find their pace, find their rhythm inside of these matches.
It is about keeping up that pace as well, right? Because it's a long, long tournament. sure, you can have a pop-off week, but if you can't keep up that pace, if teams can download your strats, take that strength away from you, you're going to have a bad time on the overalls. Speaking of overalls, Blank, let's take a look at what happened last week. This is week 1 overall rankings. It is wiped clean for week 2, and these points will not matter beyond the week 1 ranking points that we'll be divvying out. But Na'Vi, 236 points on the week, almost pushing up to that 10-point average that we know we like to see towards a first-place team. So great stuff from Na'Vi week 1.
Yeah, and even with just 2 chicken dinners to make that happen is fairly incredible. Fireflux, on the other hand, with the 4 chicken dinners, they almost overtook them in that final day with a much more even split towards placement points and elims, but were kind of held out by 77 on that final day. It's Virtus Pro, though, with 5 chicken dinners, making up 50 points of their 73 placement points, which is fairly insane, to say the least. A team that either does really well or not so great. Down towards our second page, it was Zeus to get into 9th place with 142 points. Sort of a surprising team to see there in 9th place, and I think that they did marvelously well to improve over week 1.
I think it's teams like S2G, like Nipper Galaxy, and Falcons as well that's a little bit surprising to see further down on the tables, but no team is more surprising to see down here than Team Spirit. 18th place right now, a disastrous week 1. It is up to them to keep their spirits high and move into week 2 to reset, because we have given out our first set of league ranking points. These are the points that matter when it comes to qualifying for those finals. The top 16 teams on this table will be the teams going towards those finals. You will also be able to take half of the points that you accrue in league ranking points into those finals as well. So the maximum possible you can get, now only achievable by Na'Vi if they come first in every single week, would be 60 points on the league ranking tables, and that would give them 30 points to take into those finals.
As we see, as we head down the tables, it's all fairly even. If you came 12th place in week 1, you'll be getting away with 12 points. So fairly simple to understand now. But as we head through week 2 and week 3, obviously we'll be adding more points to this total. And we'll check back in with this one at the end of the weeks to see exactly where everyone has stepped up to in the tournament and who will be heading through into those finals with a nice juicy bonus point lead.
There is also, I believe, the PMGC points qualification spot, which means that over in the finals, we're giving out 6 qualifications, right? And at the moment, it looks like it's going to be IWNRX sat at the top, 843 on the points. You can see there, Brute Force actually pretty close behind, all things considered. And then there is a cavernous drop-off, right, from 2nd down to 3rd place. That's going to be very, very difficult to close. Brute Force have a very good possibility here of taking that qualification spot from IWNRX. And if either of those 2 teams were to finish in the finals in top 6, then you would push down that qualification spot 1 space to allow a 7th place team to be able to qualify, right? Because you've already got that spot. You're going to be shoving that down the tables, giving it out to the not so lucky, the not so fortunate on 7th place. Let's take a look at the maps we've got up to date, Blank.
Sanhok into erangel, and in Miramar to finish things off. So, as usual, pretty standard. For a lot of teams, they're probably rooting for IWNRX to do well in those finals. Honestly, they do well, then it becomes just that little bit easier to make it into the top 6 heading through to PMGC. Similarly for Brute Force, they'd like them to do well in the finals well if they do take over IWNRX. So there's multiple possibilities to actually get into PMGC here. I'm pretty happy with the way that things have gone so far in terms of being not the expected victors towards the top side of the table.
I think so. It's been probably a breakout reformation week for Na'Vi specifically, right? These guys had a bonanza of a week 1, and it's a roster that, all things considered, coming into this tournament, I don't think that too many imagined great things of. A couple of names there we've seen for a long time, like AXA specifically. We've been following this guy for a long, long time. Default Lemon and Flip as well on the roster. On paper, coming into this tournament, this was not a CCT, as Kalaris likes to say, a championship caliber team, but they have shown us something special in week 1. One thing I will note, though, is that their average survival time off the end of day 2 was like 25 minutes. They had a bit of a drop-off coming into those second 2 days of their week. Hopefully, they will be able to pick up their feet, march up to those late circles again this week.
Yeah, I think it was difficult for Fireflux just in terms of the fact that they were getting hunted so often over in that end day. Actually, day 5 was really rough for them. Even so, they were still able to put up a lot of points, which is somewhat surprising for me to look at. Here's Fireflux's stats from their day 5. I believe this is the whole week. I think this is day 5. This is definitely day 5 because you can see that the average damage 861, rough, average placement at 9, average elims at 4. So this was a struggle of a day for them. But even so, I think it was around a 30-point total they're able to do. And that's a team that was struggling, we say. And that is half the points that Guild was able to put up in 20th place over the entirety of the week.
Whoa, way to throw Guild under the bus, Blank. What the hell?
Sorry.
No, they did do pretty poorly, to be fair to them. And it is going to be unfortunate for them. But this week, they have another opportunity. And this is a good thing about going week to week and giving out these placement points and these league bonus points. These league ranking points, at the end of the week, right? Because you do get these 2 opportunities to just fully reset. You get those 2 days off. You're guaranteed those. I think, did Guild play in the last day of last week as well? I don't think they did. So they've had 3 days off in a row, could potentially be able to find some strong performances. And the player last week who found the strongest performance overall was not a player of Na'Vi. In fact, it was Scarface from Fireflux. This guy put up numbers, Blank. He managed to break into the 5-digit damage numbers. Funnily enough, the only other player to do that was Zadira on 77, so none of the Na'Vi players were able to break that barrier, and also putting up 48 elims, which was the second highest in the tournament after Lemon, doing a lot for his team.
Yeah, I think that comes primarily off the back of Na'Vi being a more cohesive squad in terms of a lot of the damage, a lot of the elims are split evenly across the team because everyone's been putting in a lot of work, whereas Scarface has not carried his team, but he has certainly been a focusing factor for them. I think if they lose him early in a match, it typically ends up being quite difficult for them towards the end game. So it is really nice to see him with the overall week MVP, but I do think that is slightly skewed by the fact that he is the one doing so much for the squad.
Potentially a little bit more opportunity to post numbers, but still a very impressive feat nonetheless. Fireflux were in second place at the end of last week. Plane pass down from Kampong on the southeast side, going over Tambang on the west. Let's see what shenanigans we can get up to in our first drop of the week over onto Sanhok.
Oh, this is a map where we have kind of questioned Team Spirit in terms of the fact that so many teams spread themselves thinly around the eastern side of the map that it becomes difficult for Team Spirit to make any kind of rotations. Seems this time around, though, we do have Falcons heading over towards Camp Bravo. We got Footballers Chaos heading up towards Mongnai, potentially even Tap Mock, but I imagine Brute Force will be taking up that Cow Tap Mock split. And we also have Fireflux playing the Docks split. So I really do like that more of the map has been taken this time around, and that is what I expected coming into week 2. The one thing that has stayed the same, though, is Virtus Pro versus RCB in Painan.
Oh, the good old icy knife shot through the window. You gotta love it. Power as well over on the north side. That's against Brute Force. So we have 2 hot drops still on Sanhok, and Nigma Galaxy gonna joust with Guild, who kind of are locked into this one. Both teams kind of have it there, but Narvalo doesn't connect with the shots, tries to go beneath, and so does his opponent. Both not going to find an angle, and in the meantime, Wagner off in the distance gets knocked, gets flushed. This is a pretty important part of the map as well, given the circle pops out northwest side. RCB winning the fight, winning the scrap over towards Painan. You've got a lot going on in this early game, and 2 of those fights are around crucial rotation positions.
I mean, for Brute Force, this just makes their life so much easier. And it's a bit of a divert from them. I mean, there's playing path was quite low down the maps. Again, Dakao was slightly more difficult. RCB, though, one player very low, now locked into a 1v2 with Icy and Malloy. So somehow RCB are unable to complete that fight, and Virtus Pro get out of it with 3 players.
Yeah, they stay alive as 3, and they'll probably be okay with that. I mean, it does seem to be the case that hot drop is going to continue. The more times you win it, the more likely it is that your opponents leave that drop, unless you end up in a really pivotal position on the tables. Sometimes we see that adjustment coming through from teams that are consistently winning the hot drops, just because they don't want to risk having a super low scoring game when they need a mediocre scoring game in order to secure a position or something like that. So there's tournament strategy that kind of comes into that as well. But for now, Virtus.pro claim Painan over this time around. Enigma Galaxy, they were able to rack up 2 eliminations on the south side against Guild, who we were playing on 2. And as you said earlier, Brute Force were able to sweep a lot of resistance away from those bridges when they need to cross on the northwest side, because they clapped power for 2 as well on the north edge. So a lot of teams getting cut in half. This time around, though, it is only one team to go down all the way. It's the replays of RCB getting punished in Painan.
I think the Painan fight's an interesting one because for RCB, it's definitely reasonable to play in Painan alongside with Virtus.pro without having to fight this engagement at all. But it does require them conceding the eastern portion of Painan. The reason that's so strong is that it gives you a lot more rotational paths for you and a lot more scouting up the hill that runs from Painan on that eastern side. And you don't particularly want to have to play west. But I think if things continue this way, RCB likely will just start dropping on that west side, and you just have both teams staring at each other for a while, making sure they're not getting caught out, and then just peacefully parting ways towards maybe that 10-minute mark. I think that's probably the most sensible thing to do, but RCB is very dead set on taking control of that eastern side and forcing Virtus.pro out. This is a fight that's been going on for a while now, without any clear victor as of yet, but I'd say at this point in time, Virtus.pro do have the upper hand, and this might be the last time we see RCB challenge them.
Could potentially see an adjustment there, depending on what other backup drops they see as viable for them. Plenty of opportunities to change things up. Obviously, teams changing around every time that they play Painan, which means that, sorry, maybe not Painan. That's the point, right? On every time they play Sanhok, it does change up the set of teams that are playing on there, which means drop spots can open up, they can close down, depending on the day of the week. You just need to be heads up, and every team should have done their research by now as to where people like to drop. Team Spirit have transitioned 2 of their players over to the Northwest Island. They have moved out of boot camp, and they need to recoalesce with the remaining 2 who are now still just on the swim. They're leaving 1 as backstop. They're going slow. They're being cautious, but it's not going to be punished just yet. Nobody's sending in fast on the north side. Na'Vi potentially looking to breach in on the south, though.
Yeah, you just have a ton more room to play now for Team Spirit, so this crossing is reasonable, as opposed to them being hunkered down by 4 teams on every single point of the compass around them. Na'Vi, though, like you say, coming up towards Confluence Compound, looking to push in underneath, is slightly more exposed on the low ground compared to Team Spirit, but they've not made that full crossing just yet, mainly because what we're looking at right now is an eastern side potential shift on the circle that I think Team Spirit very much understands. They don't want to get caught out with 1 player behind them, still waiting in boot camp by S2G.
Foot Chaos on the west of Paradise Resort, moving compound to compound, going slow, a little bit of pause in their step right now. They are slowing things down. Heroic all the way down south. Enigma Galaxy with 4 also very close. I think Enigma Galaxy are just about to move. This is kind of the classic Enigma Galaxy play, right? But it's being done by 2 teams in the same location. So could potentially get messy here on the south side. If Enigma Galaxy spot 1 wing of Heroic as well, it's going to get even messier for them. They're going to need to regroup fast. And I'm imagining that as soon as that gets spotted, or if it does get spotted, they are just going to go for it. But Enigma Galaxy divert. They send up further north, and they will be going up the road to Tambang.
Enigma Galaxy, there is actually a fairly easy crossing to be made past Guild, considering they know that team has been reduced in number. So they can quickly just head past that western bridge without too much contest. And I think for a lot of other teams in the circle, they don't have that same information, right? Because it was Enigma Galaxy to take that fight with Guild. And getting over towards the compounds on the south side of Camp Alpha are good, but you want to wait for this next circle to pop, which it does now. Still a good crossing for Enigma Galaxy, and I think I would probably try and confirm up towards that northwest side, even though it's not guaranteed to go there. I think it's sort of a death sentence to try and push through ruins at this point.
Enigma Galaxy spotting Guild, Snowix. Oh, I don't know if he caught a step out just, but I think they are certainly aware that there's players in here, or certainly could be. EXO.
They'll know that they're here. I mean,
yeah.
they took them down on the hot spot, on the hot drop, right? So, and this is their typical space that they play. I mean, even in the first sanhok, they almost won in week 1, day 1, but they played the pontoons, but just weren't half aggressive enough in that match.
Ooh, Vibes lands the nade, and both trying to rotate around each other there, but Lemon steps into the path of Ordnance and will be knelt down for just a moment. We'll see if Na'Vi can regroup it, but look at the line that Vibes has right now. I don't think it's super viable for Lemon to get back, but then again, he's crawling tree to tree. He's dead. Brute has been able to take him down, and that will be that for Lemon. Na'Vi playing as 3, and actually that's going to make their river crossing really, really tough on that southwest side. Vibes have found Virtus Pro as well. They're taking fights on both fronts at this stage. And Virtus Pro going to take a knock, going to take a flush. There's now 2 players alive for Virtus Pro. Remember, they lost one in that Painan hot drop. And it seems like Vibes are holding their perimeters pretty effectively.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, it's somewhat of an aggressive step out, personally. Good shot from EXO, though. We'll find at least the 1, and it's not going very well for Enigma Galaxy at the moment.
How on earth has EXO just been allowed to do this? Gilda holding 2 versus 4 against Enigma Galaxy, who knew there were players here. What is going on? Nobody dealt with EXO on the off angle, and now all of a sudden Redox doesn't have a teammate to play with. He's out into the water as well. What has just happened to Enigma Galaxy? They crumble.
Yeah, this is a pretty poor play from Enigma Galaxy. A 4v2. Again, it is confusing that they would have Redox on a backstop, because the mentality you have to shift in that play there is that we know this is a 4v2. You already have the information. If it was a 4v4, having the backstop there to catch off angles because they would want to play aggressively into a 4v3 from Guild is absolutely fair from Redox. But I think if you have that information beforehand, you just trade. You trade on the 4v2 up close. You don't play a backstop. Like a 3v2, that's a winnable fight. A 4v2, very much not so. So I think for Enigma Galaxy there, it is just a misplay off of what was an ideal situation they've set themselves up into. So I really didn't like that. I really did not like that at all.
Yeah, EXO just allowed to do exactly what he wanted. Nothing stopping. Goodness me. Na'Vi's, though, losing a player to Vibes, as did Virtus Pro. I think that is going to be a major dynamic shift in the lobby, as we hopped over after that pretty quickly to Enigma Galaxy. Na'Vi with 3 means that this now, their next rotate is going to be so much harder. Pushing across the river without the sightlines to establish it is going to be a pretty big death sentence, and I would be surprised if more than one team on this south side manages to make it through. It's up to Team Spirit to be a backstop here. How much force can they exert down south, taking down Na'Vi, Vibes, Virtus Pro, Fireflux, Falcons, all of these teams going to be looking to move in on this angle. I feel like they've called this. Anomi is actually staking out the central river island. He is playing on some terrain there, which gives him a little bit of presence to stop any swimmers moving in from boot camp that they left earlier.
I mean, for Na'Vi, their only option is to head to warehouses that sit underneath Team Spirit and hopefully form somewhat of an alliance against all the other teams that are down towards the south side with a quick rotate over the bridge. But like you said, Team Spirit is trying to set themselves up to stop things like that from happening. No meat ops to come off from that central island. Go for a bit more strength in numbers. In the meantime, as Virtus Pro continues to lose players here, I think they did find themselves an additional elimination. Ketch gets caught off guard, though, by Vibes.
Nade pulled pin on both sides. Solus wanted to put One behind the rock, but the quicker cook is coming through from Victor. Unfortunately, he doesn't land on the mark. The spray is good, though. He steps out into the line of fire. There's danger, but he abates it, and Ketch now wants to make more trouble. Nade goes long, spray down as well, and Victor puts bullet to nade and wins out 2 times.
I mean, the nade was not great at all, but it forced the movement, and Victor was slick on the trigger. It's good to see, and Ketch is in somewhat of a difficult spot to get rezzed up. They'll try and flush him. Good shot over towards Lux, though, as he gets enveloped by the blue, and a shot from the side from Icy. Looks to finish him off inside the smoke. Another tally to be added to their elimination count would be wonderful.
Icy with 4. Last to stand for Virtus Pro. A warrior about to be enveloped by the blue. But he's crawling over to last week's MVP. He's put it in the name as well. Nade over. That looks pretty good. Nearly takes him down. There's a nade in response as well. It goes wide. Icy burns on, and he steps just out wide enough. There's the burn coming on through, and Fireflux fall. Virtus Pro stay alive. He's got a first aid. It's stage 3. He can out-heal this for the time being. We'll get over for the resupply, pick up as much as he can, but he has to move into open and combative territory now on the north side, right up against the river.
5 first aid kits off the back of that, and 1 molly and 1 nade. A really good pickup for Icy. He also got the finish over towards Lux out in the blue as well by taking down Scarface. So additional 2 elims. It's really awesome. Again, for Na'Vi, losing their player up front in Lemon was a bit unfortunate considering they had Confluence Compound. I don't really think they had to scout so far down towards that western side, but at least gave them enough information that they should just stick it out over towards the compounded area. Out comes Victor. Side swipe from Icy, but it's not enough. Victor reacts quickly and will instead have the items pass from Scarface to Icy, now to him.
It's Brotherhood of the Traveling First Aid Kit.
Oh, he's messed up. I think he actually goes down to blue there.
Oh, no. That would be quite a way to conclude. Yeah, he does. Oh, dear, Victor. That's when your team just looks at you and you can't dare to look back at them because you just know. Yeah. You're like, oh.
I think realistically in that situation, you commit to the bandage, and then when you have just enough HP, then you hit the first aid. But I think he wanted to go first aid first, which would have gone through, but selected the wrong item. That is an annoying scenario after he played so well too.
I know that feeling as well. It's like you're trying to make the clutch play, you pull it off, and you're like, oh, I can get a couple more. Oh, I've completely messed it. Completely messed it up. Unfortunate, but that's just how it goes. You need to keep your fingers nice and nimble. Warm up into these games. Heroic, Falcons clashing southwest side. Guild are still going as 2. Zeus have been holding the top of this mountain for a while now. No one's sailed into the compound that sits on the southwest of the high ground on the mountain. Foot Chaos potentially could. Heroic potentially could. Guild, if they're fast enough, may be able to sneak on through. Team Spirit played the east side, and they're fighting off against Na'Vi. Zeus going to overlook all of this from the high ground there.
Yeah, Zeus has Maniac just watching that compound, and there is overlook towards that compound too. Right now, they're just making sure that they clear the valley behind them so they don't have anyone sneak up through that position to backstab, which is smart. Because they're looking for a chicken dinner on this game. They have one of the best positions to do it from. Team Spirit, though, they've swept very neatly over towards that east side. Not finding a huge amount of eliminations off the back of it, but at least confirming that that position towards that east is completely free, and they only have to worry about their north and west now, and potentially down towards the south.
Storm sees Guild on the run out, sees Zero rolling up to his teammate and into the smoke. Waiting for the step out, sees him in the smoke, doesn't go for the spray just yet. Blue zone's here. Zero gets the flush, so not looking to protect his teammate. I guess you kind of know that he's already down. Storm waiting for the second player to move out. As soon as Exo goes through, he knows already exactly where the enemy is, but there's a nade cooking now. I think he might know that Exo's on the end of this wall. Puts the pin back in, though. Will not be cooking it for too much longer. And Exo bides his time, closer to the edge of the circle. Zero completely on broadside here, but Storm is doing some calculations. He's figured out, I'm going to take down Exo instead. And then he's going to turn around and aim for the teammate. You can see the wall, the spray from Zero goes uphill, tags a lot of damage for Storm. Zero needs to go for some healing. Nade up high. Will it be enough to go the distance? Steps him out, but the healing came on through for Zero. Was short of the rock. Pre-firing the corner of the rock here. Zero has a nade to roll downhill. 5, in fact, in the back pocket, waiting for that magazine to drain itself. Not too much more left. Needs to force the reload as well. Storm puts a nade again into his hands. Up into the rock, forces him out. It's going to have to peek left, but he doesn't do it in time, and Zero goes down. Storm takes 2.
Yeah, that is a odd play from Zero. I think that's not the moment when you pull out the grenade. You can see how long he was just out in the open, so maybe not confident in his own spray. Good shots from Kane, though, as he moves across open ground. Finally, Kitsune takes him out, but not before Matic falls. And now Na'Vi potentially even have a side swipe over towards them, and quickly, Team Spirit need to reconsider their next options.
They need to establish some sort of protection down towards that south side. Fortunately, that protection may just come in the form of Zeus. Taking a high ground position against them, they may have angles over towards Na'Vi. Stop them from pushing too far north. You can see, they super strong angles from Flip, but he's just not connecting the full spray there. Wastes the entire magazine and gets a bit of damage, but Team Spirit can live to fight another day and actually catch Flip on the cross. Look at the damage they've been able to pour in, but it's not the knock just yet. There it comes. Nomi finds the mark.
A good shot from Nomi, and a necessary one as well. From lower down the hill, Kitsune starts to swipe up towards that north side. We have seen teams from Zeus's current position get absolutely naded out towards that mid game. Completely lose themselves out on a lovely chicken dinner. But Heroic started off their week very strong on day 1 last week. Looking to do the same here after already getting themselves up to a decent point pool of 7 elims, I think. Roundabouts. Might be wrong.
We'll have to take a look. We'll have to take a look in a bit. But Zeus right now still has 4. They will have to leave this compound. Nobody actually took residence in the compound that Zeus surrounds right now. They were able to just transition off the top of the mountain to this position. But now it's outside of the zone, and they're going to have to push downhill as well. Team Spirit, they really don't want to go around that bulbous part of the headland, because that will open them up towards Zeus. They're much more worried about Na'Vi, and then Heroic further along the coast, and they cannot take these crossfire angles. Look at that shot comes through, and it's going to be Team Spirit down to 2 players. Looking to get the res, though. Axa may just be able to find an angle, but instead has to hop into the vehicle to get away from the spray. Effect gets caught by the blue zone there. Will go down. Is that a second player down for Team Spirit, or is that a re-knock?
That's a re-knock. I think they got the res off just in time. He attempted to run in. The best he can do is try and crawl it, but I think they'll have to go on without him. Heroic, though, fully committing over towards Na'Vi. A lovely nade. Now it's default with a big amount of pressure on him. But it is Heroic to take him down with the DBS. I think Team Spirit likely to go down after, so they get themselves a 3rd place. Not a bad game from Team Spirit. Unfortunately, it wrapped back down towards the south side. They just make the wrong decision in the moment.
Heroic now downhill, Zeus uphill. You can see it's quite open here. It's really just a couple of trees. Eren is going to have a tough time moving his way forwards. The numbers in the advantage of Zeus. They still have 4 players alive and the entirety of this northern side. A vehicle on side for Volt could be pretty pivotal, but yeah, that's not going to last too long. Look at the smoke billowing from under the hood there. It is one unhealthy vehicle, but he's going to try and utilize it as best he can. Get out wide whilst he can, and I'm not too sure about the wiseness of that rotate. Volt sends out, leaves his team as 2. You can't reposition out that wide. It's not in the zone. Just gets flushed away.
Yeah, there's plenty of hard cover actually that sits in front of Heroic right now. And with the way that the circle centers up, there's a potential world here where they're able to just move from cover to cover using smokes. I can see why you'd want an off angle, but yeah, it was just at the worst moment in time. Nate almost catches him, bounces over the top of the rock.
This is when it would have been perfect to have 3 as well, because Heroic can get the shift. Eren is down, but all of Zeus are going to have to move here. Maniac, the closest to Eren, and maybe looking to try and find this res. Suppressive fire coming in from downhill. Two players now breaking wide. They've dropped the smokes to try and strafe across, but Eren gets flushed. Spray from behind the rock, and Walsh has to tuck back in. Does not have a first aid going. Kevin wants to find the nade over towards one of these two Zeus players, who is now actually moving down the hill with Dark, and Rita is breaking out with a buggy on the flank. Walsh will be able to find one, but it is answered over towards Kevin, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Two players from Zeus, and Walsh is low. Nade goes, no, it's just the Molotov. It goes far along the rock. Will not be inside the zone too far, but finds Maniac. A huge, oh, that was the flush coming on through. So they still have Rita on the angle, and it's a 1v2 to continue. The bandages, not going to be enough to look him nice and healthy.
I mean, for Walsh here, there's a timer on this one. Smoke goes out, but I don't think that's enough to deny the angle, and has to go for a wild run out, and it's not to be. That could have been a very different story if Volt hadn't almost suicided on the western side. I think they could have easily continued to play that. Like I said, the win condition there for Heroic, because they're in a bad spot playing downhill. You just have to think about the hard cover that's in front of you and play from rock to rock, and if you get the circle that comes down, then you can potentially have a win there. And other than that, it's just getting picks and trying to increase your elimination count. So Volt throws away a potential chicken dinner, which is unfortunate for Heroic, because I think Walsh played quite well in those final moments.
A lot of eliminations coming through early. We had, again, I think about 3 hot drops. Lemon for Na'Vi, the first to drop from their squad. Plenty of other teams losing players early on in this early stage. You can see this is a stage 2 replay with 52 players remaining, which is pretty brutal, all things considered. I think it's safe to say that Zeus didn't really have to do too much that match. They played the high ground, they waited for teams to fight them, and they had advantage the entire time. Nobody moved up on that west side flank. I do want to talk about that a little bit, because Guild was the only team to really go for that bridge rotate out on the west to get up to that mainland. They actually got pretty deep into that game and then went down to some questionable scenarios in their little scrap, but nobody took the compound underneath Zeus. It was one of the easiest transitions you will see in PUBG Mobile history for them to just move from the top of the mountain to that deserted compound and then play from there on the high ground. It was by the book. It worked. There was no reason to do anything else, so all credit to them for being able to go this one step by step.
Yeah, it's really hard for him to actually push that compound either, because it's sat on a little plateau, and you have a lot of the sightlines from the top of the mountain from Zeus that just sees everything there. And I think that they had, in fact, even just 2 players who were just watching out for any rotate that went towards that compound. So it was very smart, and I think everyone was too embroiled in their own action on that western side to get anything really done. It is a very open space on the other side of that bridge. But here are how the match rankings played out, with Zeus Esports being able to get 18 points. Again, impressive from them. Heroic coming second with 14, and look at that, Team Spirit on a podium finish with 10 points total.
I think the less we talk about them, maybe they'll continue to do it, so I'll leave that one there. Virtus Pro managed to get 8 limbs, obviously off the hot drop. They were able to pull 4 out of the bag very quickly. Power as well, the recipients of a lot of early game aggression, but that was the only 2 points that Brute Force were able to find in that match on the north side, which is unfortunate. On the last page there, Falcons, the only team with a big duck egg there on 0 points for the match.
On towards our top damage dealers of the map. Very sanhok numbers here, though, with Zeus Esports taking 1,500 down to Guild with 1,200, who actually did quite a lot into that match, but sort of a misplay towards the end of it versus Footballers Chaos. And Heroic with only 1,000, but they were just picking up bits and pieces here and there. They had a strong spot to hold. They couldn't really play off the back of that bridge. They had too many angles to work with. But it really was Icy, who I would say had the best amount of plays in this game, even kind of single-handedly ending the fight between them and RCB with the 3 eliminations he had on board and 670 damage done in that game.
Yeah, I think he was the last player to go down as well for Virtus Pro, but it was really great to see Team Spirit back up to a little bit of a performance there. 10 points, not massive, but hopefully a good indicator. Their early rotates seemed a lot cleaner as well. It was Zeus, though, on the high ground, on Olympus at the top of the mountain, to strike down upon the lobby and send their wrath downhill with each bolt time and time again, finding those knocks where they needed. 18 points, and Zeus take the first chicken dinner. we are heading into match number 2. Zeus were able to take the first game on Sanhok with a nice, cool, calm, collected match from the top of the Northwest Island. They were able to transition to a strong compound, and no one really competed with them for it. Team Spirit as well, 10 points on the board, and now we're looking towards Erangel for the first time today to see which teams are going to be able to unleash the beast with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Everyone's going to be looking to pop a can of the beast going into our Erangels for the first time of week 2.
Yeah, see exactly which teams are able to roll on through and pick themselves up. There's some more points here. And it was an unsuspecting one there from Zeus, at least, being able to pick themselves up the chicken dinner. All in all, very nice plays from them. And nice plays like that will see you through to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship in 2024. And the tickets are now on sale. And you get yourself a limited 40% early bird discount if you scan the QR code on screen right now. Right now. Do it now.
You're going to miss it. It's going to go. Axel won't be smiling if you miss it, guys. Come on. Scan that QR code. Oh, it's gone. You're too late. If you missed it, it's never coming back. You missed the early bird discount. I'm just joking. You can watch the VOD back and you can still scan it. It'll be great. Make sure you're doing that. Because, of course, heading over to London as well is going to be one of the factors of PMGC, my hometown. Going to be great to see everyone coming to visit my home turf and blank. You know of London. You've heard of it. You've been near there before. I know.
Yeah, I lived there for like 6 months, actually.
Oh.
Once upon a time. Quite a good time in my life. And then it was COVID. I didn't see much of London anymore after that.
Oh, that's kind of a bummer.
It was game over. But on our screens, another water, please, sir. After all those eliminations I got last game, I'm very, very thirsty.
Vibes on screen right now. I mean, they did a lot of work on that south side to stop Virtus Pro and to stop Na'Vi from doing anything in that match. Not really getting too much done themselves, even though they were equipped with one of the highest caliber phones on the market. That's right, the Infinix GT20 Pro, featuring a dual chipset and 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA. It's like S2G. They've got the goggles on. They're focused. They're ready to rack up some points on the old Infinix GT20 Pros. Why are they so somber? What's going on?
Well, because they got Royal Rumbled by Guild in that last game, so I can kind of understand it. There's definitely some miscoms coming through from that squad. Again, I truly believe they should have just pushed us a 4. And again, it's one of the few situations where you can push as a 4 and be confident in doing so and just clear buildings together. You know, there's only 2 players in there. So I was somewhat concerned with what occurred in that moment, but it looks like players are getting ready to rock and roll here in our second game of the day on Erangel. Power on our screens. You know, despite losing 2 players, being able to get 5 eliminations as a duo, still pretty impressive for Power from where they were playing on the map on that north side.
Yeah, I think that losing those 2 early absolutely kind of ups the value of getting 5 points there, because it means that what could have been a 0-pointer quite easily, quite happily, becomes not so much of a washout, and it can help push up those averages, which is what you're looking to try and keep nice and tidy in the long run, because you're going to be playing 24 matches over the course of the next week. So you will be having 1 or 2 bad games at least, and if your worst game is a 5-pointer, that's a very good sign.
Yeah, those types of games are the salvageable ones, which will see you further and further towards a point total that you'll be proud of and happy with. We'll get you more of those league ranking points to take with you into the finals and make sure that you qualify into those finals as well. We do have our playing path on the screen. Alongside us, the GT20 Pro, as always. It's the pubgm down towards very Pier and Primor, so very much leaning down towards the south.
That is going to be pretty tricky, and again, those vehicle drops on the western side might get a little bit crazy, might get contested here. Could see some backup drops on the east side as well, breaking up to Kameshki, to Stalba, to Yasnaya, that sort of area of the map. Maybe backup drop central. Military base also could be a focus, as brute force generally dropping over towards Novo, and Na'Vi over to that military base. Could have some people join them this time around though, and we'll see who opts to go where? Are we going to get some vehicle hot drops? Are we going to see some early fighting for our first installment of erangel?
I think a lot of the teams actually make a smart choice here, and they opt to drop out early and then swing past as far as they can on this eastern side of the map so they can get that long drop going, instead of trying to drop out late and head up towards Gatka, which would increase the chances of having some of those hot drops on the vehicles. Not to say that we won't see them, because I'm pretty sure some teams will come into close contact with one another, and it will be likely, and it will be very, very difficult to at least stop from happening. You can already see Enigma Galaxy very close to some players there from Fireflux.
Yeah, over just to the north side of Pachinki. They may be able to disentangle themselves, but Solus is still in danger. Guild, they have touched down to the east side of Yasnaya, and potentially they could go all the way up towards Stalber and Kameshki, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see that happen. The plane path was down southeast side, and so is the circle here, Blank, as well, which is kind of going to change the dynamic fairly significantly, because teams that once thought, okay, maybe we could go to North George and get some loot on and try and get there late and come back, it's just going to be even further for them to go. It's going to mean that you have to rotate potentially up to 40% more on this circle than you would have done if you want to get out to a stretch part of the map. And maybe a few more teams will try and stop short and not get as favorable looting as maybe they would like.
Yeah, I think with the amount of time we have between now and stage 2, I think a lot of teams going to be okay. Falcon's heading up towards Severny now. It's completely free. Brute Force opted not to join them on that rotation, considering there's not enough vehicles for the two of them. Instead, they can just have a nice, easy drop down towards Nova Repnoia, which is where they like to play anyway. Na'Vi in C block. Another easy position for them to take control of. And it wasn't as terrible. Again, I think purely because a lot of our teams opted to go for a very early shoot out of the plane, pull the parachute very, very quickly, and then just send on over, glide to wherever they needed to be within this eastern area, where it does have a lot of compounds as well that you can play in, where you can trash loot. And I think everyone's dispersed themselves quite evenly.
Yeah, it's been quite amicable, really, which is maybe a surprise given the plane path. Or maybe if these plane paths become super unkind, everybody's all looking to not drop next to each other, right? You know that there could be chaos, and so everyone's even more cautious and potentially could put a quash on aggression that we see over on Sanhok, for instance, in Painan, up in the north side and the south side, everywhere else on the map as well. Seems like that's on the menu. But Erangel, nah, we sleep, we chill.
Yeah, because we've seen a lot of Erangel so far as well. The most out of any map that we see in the weeks. Which means that likely, if a lot of these players have gone back, which they should have done over those 2 days of break to watch those maps, they likely have seen something very similar to that plane path and studied it. So you'd imagine that week 2 is where it's going to be a bit more of a safer week, because everyone is aware of each other's rotations and is reading into it to make sure that they have as much room for themselves to start. Because although hot drops are fun, they're not the goal. You don't want to be dropping on someone else's vehicle. You don't want to be dropping on someone else's loot, because that's either we get away with 2 eliminations, which is not amazing, or we all die, which is also not amazing. So both options aren't great. And the payoff for winning out on that engagement isn't awesome either. So I think for a lot of teams, this is, again, like I said, probably your most even and safe week.
I'll be interested to see how the teams change up in general for their playstyle, because last week something that we heavily commented on and heavily noted was the propensity for teams to go into the middle of the circle as far as they could so quickly and all play into the middle. I'm wondering if this week that's going to change. Often you see in tournaments, especially of this length, teams will start to sort of bounce from in to out to center play to edge play and play a lot more disparately, and that can favor different teams fairly dramatically. So I'm wondering if that's going to be the case this time around as well, or are we going to see everybody stick to their guns and slam straight into the middle of the circle as well?
Yeah, I think at least for week 2, I'm assuming to see something a little bit more evenly split. I think week 1, you sort of want to force the issue of just taking center if you can, because you're not fully reading into everyone's rotations just yet. They've not shown you all their strategies. But week 2 is likely a case where you know certain rotations coming through and you might just be able to assume where there's a gap in the circle that you can play from. This time around, though, we do have a lot of people centering up over towards shelter, which again is a smart choice. Not a huge amount of compounds around this area, so you do want to confirm fairly decent position early on. So I think it's can be forgiven, all the teams grouping up nice and early here.
Fireflux, forward outpost, Soulless on his own, locking down the compound. Yeah, you show that tree. That tree's not going anywhere. You got him, Soulless. Good job.
Yeah, I took him out. Did you hear my cat?
Did I hear your cat?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. Maybe the stream did though.
Dropped
because
a big
we
old
communicate.
meow.
I do that sometimes.
Yeah, he was not happy about that tree getting shot to bits.
That was a scratching tree. He's ruined it now.
True. Yeah.
Soulless is... You took the best bit
Evil.
of bark out, Soulless. That is rubbish.
Absolutely evil. On the other side of things, though, Guild has made their rotate down from Kameshki to Mansion.
Heard that one.
Did you?
Yeah.
This is a close the door angle for me.
Yeah.
1 second.
He's having a yelp. He's having a yelp. Blank's got to go and shut the cat out because he's getting aggy. He's getting aggy. We are hopping over to Falcons rotate as they try and make their way to a crossing to the west side of Yasnaya, and they have now managed to transition over towards the compound that sits on the west side of Yasnaya Fields. Nice and healthy, but quite far north on the circle. Likely they're going to have to move, so don't really want to hunker down too much on this north side. It does still look fairly central here, Blank. I have to say, it doesn't seem like we've seen that full rebound yet of teams moving back towards areas nearer to the edge of the circle. Maybe we'll see 1 or 2 or 3 teams do that on their own and see what they can get done.
Yeah, I think if we're looking at this one right now, it's hard to pinpoint what the next steps are. I think we really need to see stage 2 because, again, around shelter, you do want to confirm over towards a lot of those areas that have limited cover, limited compounds. But as we head down towards Milter, this is going to be a bit more of the eastern side being taken up quite quickly. And there is obviously farm still to play, not the ideal position on the map, but it does give you some kind of compound to play around with. I think a lot of teams are going to sit themselves towards warehouses or towards that roadside on Milter, try and hold teams out. Vibes currently have the best chance to do that, and S2G are carving themselves a path through the circle, and RCB.
Enigma Galaxy parallel to IWNRX under the watchful eyes of Team Spirit on the north side. All rotations trying to make their way through. A tire popped, nearly spins Narvalo, but he keeps it under control. He wrestles the steering wheel back to the opening in the wall and gets in with the compound. RCB close to Guild on the northeast side. Is that Guild? No, they're going right through the middle. That's Fireflux. I think they've just gone underneath. They have got a lot more trouble besides. Vibes taking shots on out, but maybe drawn the attention of too much pressure there. That is going to be a difficult position to get away from for the Vibes player. He's going to need to pull something out the bag, get a knock, get 2, stay alive. But Zaro hops into the buggy, doesn't belly flop, and will be able to stay alive for just a moment longer. Gets back behind the ridgeline. And Silas actually eats a lot of damage from the backup from Vibes. That reposition from Mazzaro has worked out for him, and he gets away from a high ground position that looks super isolated.
Kind of tough as well, but works out well for them. I mean, RCB do get themselves into an okay spot. They are sort of disjointed, though. With only the 3 players, this is going to be a difficult compound to hold. Crashes could come through. Difficult to watch over towards that hillside where the crash likely would come from because you don't have the full broadside. It is cut off by that terrain. But it is also Vibes who are going to sort of protect them from that warehouse too. A lot of moving parts here for RCB. And one of the moving parts that certainly needs to get a move on soon is Silas.
He was the player to chase, but didn't quite find anything. Still up on that outside hill. teams are still crunching in around it. Fireflux will roll up on Weiss. Solus low. Not going to get knocked just yet. Weiss will, though. Solus makes it into the building, stays in cover. There's no way that you get this player back up now. It's Weiss going down. Almost certainly Lux going to be the one to do so. Could be pinched away here, though, by RCB if they're lucky. Looking for the downed player. Solus still healing up in the back. As Weiss just trying to stay alive for a moment longer. Fireflux do confirm that.
Brute Force takes an unbelievably good fight over towards Bridge. I mean, Na'Vi had the full holdout over towards them. They got across the bridge early. Yet even so, Brute Force just clears them away. And now I've got a decent crossing with 2 eliminations over towards Na'Vi, making their forward approach even easier. Here's Team Spirit though, and Virtus Pro. Nades in through the window. A little bit of damage, but it's Bishke to find Matic, leaving Team Spirit on 2.
Effect with the spray onto Koa. Tags a lovely little headshot there. Matic will be going down. Effect finds one, and look at that shot from the DBS. Icy down and flush. Team Spirit will have to play on a bit diminished here. They've lost Matic. Could potentially find more, though, because Bishke is up into the window. Effect upstairs now. Maybe looking to get the res up onto his teammate. An all-important position. If Nomi can stay alive, they can get him back up. That would be brilliant. A misnade from Bishke. And they do think that their players up on the balcony. Unfortunately, it's not going to be there. Nomi will get rest, and Team Spirit can stay alive as 2. Bouncing off the window frames. It's a self-nade for Malloy. A second scuff nade. And that's going to allow Effect to pick up a down player on the off angle, immediately flowing in, and Bishke now left wondering where his teammate went. Malloy's not going to be too happy to tell him, but he's still got a fight on his hands. Steps in for 1, nearly for 2, but Nomi has the answering pump action. Team Spirit stay alive, but with 2 players left on the west side, they're going to have a tough time to cut through this mustard.
That they will, John. I'm more confused how Freezer, not Kitsune with the pump, and eliminate him with the pump, considering they're on the opposite ends of the map right now. I would like to see that replay if possible.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't catch that, but either way, that's a... I mean, Freeze is just that good, I guess. If you can't do that, improve your skills.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't fire that long range, so I think Kitsune must have ran away from the fight to find a salvage position. He thought it was done. Effect said no. Put the foot down. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm seriously confused. I'd have to watch the VOD back. In fact, I'll watch the map back. I need to.
Maybe there was another pump action shotgun elimination.
No, it was definitely Freezer.
And the game just got confused. Like, they both got an elimination at the same time.
Oh no, Kitsune did try and crash them. I don't know why.
Well, that was one of the plays that they made. And they still have 2 players alive for Team Spirit, and they have 4 eliminations. So it's far from a bust game. They've broken that 3-point barrier that they were so often held at last week. Team Falcons on the north side, near Power, near S2G, starting to get pretty hairy for them as well, because there's not many opportunities. And another hard south shift. Brute Force, with the position that they hold right now, are in paradise. They have got such a strong overlook onto the surrounding beach out on their west. They're very protected. The difficulty will come in about 2 circles time, where they're going to have to leave their compound, break out towards IWNRX, or try and get across this road, because it is going to be rough going for them.
Jafar up to the window with the DBS. Sends the pellets on through. Wagner tries to swing the shotgun around the corner, but won't be able to curve the bullet. And Jafar will finish him off, and that's Guild losing one of their guild mates. Zero in the top building, but Jafar has eyes on, or at least spotted some kind of an inkling that player is in this window. He's just holding the angle whilst the rest of the team roll up. This is over towards the eastern side of the map, though.
Yeah, it's on the east edge outside of the blue as well, or the next blue rather. Heroic. They put a nade, a Molotov up actually to burn Zero. He's taken very, very low. A nade in the right place would do it for Kevin. I think they might not find it. Oh dear. Another Molotov collapse. Zero. And he collapses. up the top burns away as well. Guild lose another player. They are down to 2 now active. They have sent away. They did just disengage from that fight entirely, and they will be playing on there. Let's take a look at the replay from Team Spirit holding out Virtus Pro. That shot onto Koa early on was incredible, and Effect just immediately rolls in with the DBS and tears them apart.
Yeah, at that point, Kitsune was alive. So he left him for dead at that point. It did feel like a pretty hard fight to win, I guess. But even so, you got to trust in your boys. Maybe return to the fold as soon as that first knock comes through. The Vibes, on the other hand, RCB look to clear them from these buildings. Nice shot from Fireflux, though. As Lux does get a clean shot through the window.
Zaro wants to pick up these, and he's maybe getting a little bit overzealous. Wants to step almost into the fire there, but will burn it away in the meantime. Mazzaro, though, has now to worry about an RCB player. Can't step in for the finish because of the Molotov that's there, but there is an off angle to find that shot. Na'Vi, they get taken down by Guild, who had lost 2 of their players, I think, earlier on. Not too sure how that one happened, but Na'Vi down again. They will not be able to earn any points on this match either. Fireflux on the northeast side with Vibes close by. Fireflux on 3. Vibes will be on 1 player. So this is the last player alive. It's Mazzaro for Vibes, and both of these 2 teams are going to have to move.
Yeah, Lux, though, again, another really good shot through the warehouse. For Na'Vi, I was explaining it earlier, but it was a case where they actually were ahead of Brute... That is stuck in there, by the way. They were ahead of Brute Force on the bridge crossing. Brute Force just finds 2 really, really quite well-placed shots, which finds 2 of their players. And then they just completely walk all over them and just move to this compound. So technically, Brute Force was in a tough situation. And Na'Vi, by all rights, should have held them out. But an instant knock and flush onto Axa definitely changes the pace of the game there. And if this does move down towards the south side, I think Brute Force can be very pleased with themselves. Unfortunately, does move up towards that north. Luckily, S2G tried to make a crash, and there was, again, good shots from Brute Force. But not only that, there was a side angle from Zeus taking shots over towards S2G.
Brute Force still with 4 players on the south side. North side occupied by Power. And it is 2 opposing strongholds that overlook the somewhat open ground that sits between them. Brute Force, they could potentially move up. There's that sort of long sloping ridgeline that S2G currently holding the majority of. The difficulty with that south of the road position is the angle that Zeus hold over towards it. It's going to be a lot harder to make it work whilst they're still there. In comes the roll-up on the north side. This is Falcons moving into Power on the north. Al-Haji on the rooftops, raining from the eaves. Ali trying to take swings at him from a distance. Not going to work, though. He's smoked off. Try and turn the corner. There's 2 DBSs ready for you. The auto shotties with cacophonous volley of fire over towards the encroaching Falcons player. It's not going to work out. Ali, I think he knows his numbers up, but can he do any damage? It's not going to happen. Easy holdout for Power on the north side. Looks like Falcons weren't even there.
The Falcons sort of take this weird approach to it because this is almost certainly a held compound by at least 1 team. And they try and go for a crash, but this compound is just surrounded by sort of open ground, so very, very difficult to do. And they do drop a massive smoke train to try and get in, but they still expose themselves on quite a few angles. So the Falcons, I think they would have been better off just kind of hovering over towards that northeast side. Live out this game a little bit longer. In comes Heroic over towards IWNRX, finding 1 though. At the start is beautiful.
That's not the way you want to go inside, I suppose. You know there's players outside. They may not be inside yet, but in they go, straight through the window. Walsh does go down, though, in response. Heroic don't have an easy breathing time just yet. 2 players on the inside left to deal with. Walsh crawling back, trying to get res. Should be able to do so successfully fairly soon. They're in the circle, so they've got a little bit of time to play with. Volt is still a backstop here, but he's been spotted by Narvalo from Enigma Galaxy, and they're taking shots from the north side. A lovely knock onto Swain, potentially to capitalize on that from Kevin as well. But that's going to allow the res to fully confirm itself on In and Heroic. Stay up as 4. IWNRX as well, slowed down. Jafar naded through the window, a double bouncer, and it's on the money there. Takes IWNRX down, and that's how you clear a garage. IWNRX out. Heroic sees the east.
Yeah, Jafar's had a good couple of games so far over on Sanhok and Erangel, and it's been thunderous applause from the bullets springing out from every gun around the map at the moment, congratulating Jafar's resurgence into these games, which is great to see. I think Heroic, there's a lot of potential in this squad. It's just somewhat unconfident in their plays so far, but that one was a lot nicer and a lot smoother. Enigma Galaxy that have eyes on, immediately Heroic quickly changed the angle.
Next circle soon coming through. Heroic gearing up for the next assault, but they don't need to go for it. Brute Force are laughing right now. Look at the angles that they're going to hold here off the buildings that they have. The rooftops are going to be so powerful. Power are going to have to leave. There was their major stronghold on the north side. That's going to be taken care of almost by itself, as Enigma Galaxy are going to clash with Power. Zeus potentially going to clash with Power. Everybody in this north side fighting it out. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Heroic sending down south to potentially try and sweep through Brute Force, but then again, they don't have to leave their buildings either. Team Spirit, how long can they hold this central area as well?
I mean, they've got very lucky. They've got very lucky to hold this position. And it will give them some cover. Slightly out of LOS of a lot of the teams around this location. Zeus now have a difficult rotate to make. Luckily for them, there is quite a few teams in front of them who are worse for wear. They need these vehicles in the back. And Power has decent shots over towards Rita, and a very well set up team shot as well does come through. And Zeus is honestly Power's big competition on this side of the map.
A lot of shots, but not a lot of damage right now. Zeus poking their noses towards S2G. That's that long sloping ridge I was talking about on the south side of the road there. Brute Force actually sending 2 players out to go and have a little nosy over here as well. Heroic, they now have a crash to deal with. Enigma Galaxy sending on down south. 1 player down on Heroic side. Kevin steps in. There's a player waiting for him though. Enigma Galaxy lose 1. Redox is down. Out as well. Walsh gets knocked. So does his teammate. 2 players down now on either side. Navalo trying to move around the outside of this building, but Jafar's holding on the in. Last player to stand, and he takes care of business. Heroic still have 4 players blank. Enigma Galaxy not able to extract an ounce from this team.
Yeah, Jafar going big mode again, and Enigma Galaxy losing to 2 players again, which is becoming a regular occurrence, which is not what you'd like to see. Football is chaos, bellies down in the mud, crawling up towards where Zeus is currently playing. Nades over the top to try and blast him out of position. That is an aggressive stand-up from Nico, and immediately sat back down again by Al-Haji.
On the flash as well. Roll down onto Yekta with a vehicle. And teams are starting to fall quite fast now. 6 teams remain. S2G with a solo player, Marso, up by the wall, up by the roadside rather. Brute Force moving pre-pod and judo up into this location, are able now to establish control of this, because they couldn't before with Zeus up in the town. However, now they've got all the cover they need, and they can really start to leverage this.
S2G playing alongside with Marso. He had some pretty cool stand-up moments last week. Zeus stuck on this western side, and they need to move. And Brute Force has weathered it so far. They did take 1 knock, though, in the process. And Circle shifts up towards that northwest side, not really favoring either of the 2 teams that have the highest player count in the lobby.
Brute Force, I mean, they could regroup onto this ditch, right? If they keep those smokes up to their west side, they're going to be nice and safe. The difficulty is nades are going to start tumbling over from teams in Team Spirit's position if it's not going to be Team Spirit. So we'll see what can happen or what can be done by these rosters. Because it's out to the west side with an advantage. Marso finally down, and that allows S2G, sorry, not S2G, Zeus rather, to maybe move in and have a good game as well. Coming off the back of a chicken dinner, this would be a great way to convert on a decent match for them.
Yeah, for Zeus, getting another big game would be really nice and add a little bit of a buffer here. Again, it's a team that improved a lot over the last week, so a lot of their big performance was towards the end. It is Team Spirit, though, taking shots over towards Heroic, realizing that they likely want to get over towards a position that would challenge them out, and they know that maybe it's not going to be a chicken dinner for them, but they can at least do damage to teams that threaten them seriously here in the lobby. Finding another knock over towards Volt and the flush, and that is Heroic out.
Fidan able to get the last nade over to Heroic. They were dueling on that northern side, and then all of a sudden, the entire team's gone, and they're thinking, what just happened? Well, I tell you, it's Team Spirit. Now, can they fend off against the south side of the road? Because Brute Force are marauding. They are moving into position to take control of this road crossing. Sweeping out Zeus, first order of business. You can see the scouting going out all the way to the west side of the circle. They're playing behind this terrain cover, and Power doesn't quite have shots here. Zeus wanting to stop this roll-up. They will be able to take the fight, but around these smokes, it's going to be a tall order. In comes Prepod. Do you go left? Do you go right? It seems like they all managed to dodge, but Prepod's now out by the tree, looking to try and get the flank. They will close the jaws on the pincer maneuver. Prepod will go down for it. Brute Force, though, stay up. They've nearly got 3, but Neos goes down. Could be a little bit more than they bargained for. A nade over the top. Eren still going for Brute Force, not for Brute Force, for Zeus, sorry, over towards the position that they took down. The players on the front, the last player from S2G, Marso, down in that shack. Eren takes up that mantle.
Well, seriously, good pick off there from Team Spirit as well to add a little bit more insult to injury. And Eren on his lonesome with this Groza is doing damage, doing bits for Zeus right now. Up and towards the top 4, another shot comes through from Power and Brute Force, who seemed like they held the entirety of the advantage there down towards that western side, are slowly losing, hemorrhaging players. It is technically right now a 2v2 versus 1 from Brute Force. However, I do believe that these players should be able to be brought back up to speed over on Power.
The question is, do they make the next move by spending all of this time getting these reses? Sure, you get the numbers in, but Team Spirit are going to be looking out your way. Brute Force are going to be looking out your way. Is there an easy way in if you've wasted this? Not well, maybe not wasted, but if you've spent this time, if you've expended that resource that you have in your back pocket to go for these reses, it may come back to bite them. Satan, nade up high, trying to go long towards Neos, but that's very easily spottable. There's no smoke cover there, and he should be nice and easy to step out of the way of those. Lazy nades over the top. As Team Spirit hold the shack still. Satan spotted. Ooh, but Brute Force, not the only ones having nades sent their way. Power bombarding every direction. Smoke start to bloom, and this is where they need their numbers.
Yeah, for Team Spirit, there's very limited grenades available for them, and this is when they need to start sending them over the top. Almost a good shot over towards Al-Haji. This nade is going close, but not quite far enough, and now Al-Haji can get up towards the tree here, and there's no smokes on the building. Chudo, though, has eyes onto it, and these two teams are assisting each other versus the big Power squad that's in front of them.
Power, they're trying to make something, but another knock goes through. Doesn't quite get the re-knock with the nade. And Power on pressure. Nomi hops up. This is bold from Team Spirit to put a player up there. Thinks better of it now. The smoke's going to clear. He's given his game away a little bit with some gunfire, and that is now going to be an unplayable position. Nade over to the vehicle. Satan isolated. The blue zone closing on its final shrink now. Nades in from Brute Force. They're playing behind the road. A little funky bounce there. That is so unfortunate. And Fidan goes down. Satan now on the off angle. Power getting dismantled. I think the ammo's dry completely for Team Spirit. I saw a pistol coming out there. I saw a DBS being equipped as well. And they are going to have to take the close range fight, but they've got the shack. They're drawing players over there. Wait, no way. No me. Gets the knock with the pistol there over towards Satan, trying to get the nades down, but easy also out. Power taken down. A 1 versus 2 with the pistol to close it down. Team Spirit hunker down, and they bite back into week 2 with a classy victory with the pistols.
Dude, effects in that game was something else. That felt like the demon that we saw years ago from Effect when he first burst out onto the scene, re-emerged for a last stand there in the shack. Him and Nomi, what a combination they made. Unbelievable stuff. Even from the very last moments, that was not a game that I expected Team Spirit to win. But again, they siphoned so many points off other teams as well on the eliminations. I think they got quite a high scoring game just in terms of elims alone, not only to mention the chicken dinner. Yeah, that was wild. That was wild to watch.
They did really well. You're right. I mean, they did get that circle assistance. But
10.
they got 10 eliminations. That is a 20-point game to kick off Erangel runs for Team Spirit. That is beautiful news for them, right? Although I will put that little asterisk. They shouldn't have lost the players that they lost earlier on. Of course, they do manage to pick it back up with a salvage game on the circle luck that they were given. But still, there is still some things to fix for Team Spirit. But the thing that I think is going to be most important from this match is morale. They put up a good result. They give themselves that little buffer to have that breathing room. This is a reminder that they are really bloody good at this game. They can play, and they will be able to find it, even with the pistols in the end. You know, they just make it work.
Yeah, I think even just for, honestly, that first engagement, I think it's fair to lose Matic, right? You're not always going to win a 4v4. I think the inexcusable part is Kitsune basically turning tail and running. And you understand, it's hard. It's very, very hard to describe, because I think for Kitsune, it is a play that they make quite a few times. It's probably one they agreed upon in the moment, is that he would move off to try and salvage the game in a position elsewhere on the map. And then Effect decides that, you know what, he's just going to clutch things up. So it's a little bit of a situation where it's salvaged by Effect just being very good at the game. Brute Force, though, 3k damage. That is nuts.
Wow, and 14 eliminations, a pretty huge game from Brute Force. Again, they were another team that did get a little bit of circle assistance here, but they controlled so well from the south side. They were not a passive entity. I also want to highlight that Zeus got pretty late into that game as well, so a decent conversion match for their chicken dinner off Sanhok.
Yeah, I think honestly, this has been an interesting couple of games so far that we've already seen from Brute Force, Power. It was unbelievable stuff. And I think if you look here for Team Spirit, I mean, they got 8 knocks, so they certainly were putting the work in towards the end. Only 920 damage received, but I do think that is almost perfect play from them inside that shack. It doesn't happen without the circle coming their way, because it does force a lot of those teams out of those ridge lines into open area, and they're one of the few teams that actually has cover. But yeah, it was still a wonderful game. The fact that they're pulling the pistols out in the end and still making it work is seriously unbelievable stuff.
I think that a big factor there was the fact that Power opted to shrink back into what was going to become the blue zone in stage 8 to go for those reses. I feel like there are some scenarios where it's better to hold the front, to hold positions close by, get some nades in, allow the down players to try and crawl their way over to if they can, and then maybe cut your losses there. I think Power going back, spending so much time going for those reses, may have put them down into third place themselves.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much they can do there, really. I think it's a case of you want the 4 players up. I mean, well, what do you expect them to do? Run over the ridge lines too? They're just going to get shot. They needed the angles. They needed the weapons on side. And I think that what they were hoping for was with the 4-man, they could at least refrag. I think they understood that they were probably one of the only teams inside of that circle that had 4 players, and that was their advantage. It was just a case of actually trying to get up towards and take the nades to that shack. That was the difficult part, because Chudo had that really nice angle. Honestly, if Chudo wasn't playing there and helping out Team Spirit, maybe Al Hadji can thread those nades, but it's not meant to be. What we saw was a great win from Team Spirit, and we hope it continues into our next matches. Until then, though, we'll head to a break, and we'll see you soon.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
we had Team Spirit claim a chicken dinner with a pair of pistols. It was pretty spectacular. If you missed that final circle, make sure you go back and check that out. But not right now, because we've got another match for you coming up very, very shortly. We are heading back over towards the grassy pastures of Erangel, and we will be once more getting into the thick of it. My name is John Anna. With me is Blank. We are going to be loading into the plane fairly shortly.
Yes, we will for a second erangel, and we'll have one more following that one. Where honestly, we did actually see that last game, the beast quite literally being unleashed in effect. You can find out more about Monster Energy over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And maybe you too can unleash the beast in the same way that the boys in Nomi and Effect went so hard last game. But yeah, it's been interesting so far from Team Spirit. I think they definitely need a mentality shift from last week, because it was looking very doomer energy, I'm not gonna lie, but this week looks a lot better. You know, they've changed it around.
Yeah, they've managed to pick something else out of the bag, which is exactly what you want. It's exactly what you kind of need as well when you're coming into this week's tournaments. Team Spirit are now at the top of the overall tables with 30 points they've been able to achieve. Heroic, I think, are in second, if I'm not mistaken, with 26. And then you've got Zeus, who were able to keep going. They did, I think, only get 5 points in that last match, which wasn't super strong. But yeah, let's take a look at these overalls as they come on by. Yeah, so 5 points for Zeus in that last match. They did get in quite late, but they didn't get a huge amount of points for it. So most of their points coming from placements in that last one. Heroic up on 26. They're probably the most consistent team right now. Brute Force were able to do quite a lot as well from that south side. So Heroic and Brute Force kind of teaming up with Team Spirit to keep things alive and keep things going for 2 matches straight now.
Yeah, and I mean, for Team Spirit, it has been a bit more of a shaky run, let's say, than Zeus or Heroic, who both times looked pretty strong going in towards their end games. Yeah, for the overall rankings at the moment, it's going to be very important for Team Spirit to keep this up. To be quite frank, because towards that first place, that's going to see them very nicely through to week 3, if they can keep that up. But considering where they placed in week 1, their league ranking points, they need 2 banger weeks if they want to be bringing with them a nice chunk to see themselves with a good start into those finals, not to mention just qualifying.
We are not seeing Na'Vi, though, in these first 2 matches of the day. That is kind of noticeable, right? They haven't had as much to say as they did in the start of week 1, but still plenty of time for them to sort of brew up some strategies, to concoct some approaches to these games. We have just been waiting for, I believe, a small technical issue that the admins are resolving, and will be into the games as soon as possible. But yeah, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to get underway. You can see our players all just chilling out, getting ready for this next match. A nice little extended break for them to reset, refresh. This is potentially good for some teams, potentially bad for some other teams who are on a bit of a hot streak, to have teams around them get a little bit of a reset, and for them as well to have that reset sent their way. Fireflux having a bit of a giggle. They find this hilarious. They're looking at that fan and you're thinking, have you seen how it goes round? Brilliant.
That's right. Thank you for letting us know. The drop spot in advance from S2G.
There we go.
Zeus Esports, like you were saying, pretty consistent so far. I think for morale side of things, it's definitely Team Spirit who is looking the best right now. This is match 1 on the left side and match 2 over towards the right so far. So you can see at the moment, at least the damage numbers are staying fairly similar. Unfortunately, that last match was fairly hectic towards the end, let's be honest. So the elims and knocks just not quite as high.
No, they did still have some decent presence out on that western side. I kind of liked how they held on the edge. They are not going for the super central late circles, which is quite interesting as well. They were able to maintain the position out to the west of the majority of the teams crunching into that area, around that farm ridge, playing some of the buildings that sit out to the east of it, and then eventually getting forced to transition over towards the rest of the teams, and it didn't really go super well there. But for the majority of those zones, I think up until stage 7, maybe at the end of stage 6, I kind of liked how they were playing it, and it's a good indicator when they don't get given the circle shift as they did on Sanhok. What can they do? So their rotations a little bit nicer than they could have been, and that is good to see, especially from a team that kind of surprised us by jumping up towards 9th at the end of last week's matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is what you want to see continuing through to the future games. Looking at Na'Vi so far, this performance has been fairly abysmal. Some really unfortunate games so far, and just not some not so great pushes. I mean, for brute force, they were completely held out by them in that last game in erangel, yet still 2 immediate knocks go through as they're crossing the bridge. It makes no sense.
One elimination that Na'Vi were able to find as well, and even that wasn't their doing. It was a 0 assist. Oh wait, no, that's not knockouts, that's assists. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So potential to just find a clean one there. Team Spirit, they've not got their headsets on, but they've got their flash jerseys on display proudly this time around. And it's good to see them starting to interact with each other more, right? It's good to see them a little bit reset, because they seemed a little bit mentally boomed at the end of yesterweek. Let's go with that. Pretend that's what I meant to say all along. RCB, hang on a minute. They're missing a player. Well, to be fair, if you treat each other like that, I could see why he's done a runner.
Yeah, he's had enough. He's left.
This is bullying. I'm not sticking around.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get him back soon, though. Hopefully. That's the idea. Let's get back into game. Yeah, like John was saying, we did have a couple of tech issues that we were resolving. Just a couple of teams that we need to get headsets on, earphones in, the double shebang. Nika Galaxy with 2 games with 2 unfortunate pushes, where I think that they kind of lose steam halfway through their engagements, and it all went poorly from there. It's the closer that they're not so great at.
I mean, the first push was really, truly disastrous for them, right? Like, it was quite spectacular. They ran into 2 players from Guild as a 4-player team, and they just got shut down. I mean, they just didn't control the angles in the settlement. They didn't have a well-principled push. They didn't clear those angles. They didn't know where they were going, and they looked lost, which is really unfortunate to have gone down in that sort of a scenario. The second match, I mean, a little bit less, to be honest, poor on the roll-up, but it still did not go their way. And as you say, they just not got the puff to get all the way through. High fives from Team Spirit. Does that indicate a lobby being created? Perhaps.
We don't know yet, but we might know soon.
Could be a fake out.
The Team Spirit, though, the high fives is a good thing. We've seen very little Team Spirit interaction over last week, purely because all of them were having a very bad time. I'm pretty sure even on the very last game, Nomi went down to the last player and then just said, I'm not playing this game out, and full sent into a full 4-man squad.
It's a bad time. It's not fun. I believe. Ooh, okay, looking pretty cool with it. Looking the sunny G's on for Guild. Maybe trying to hide the tears because they haven't been performing super well over the last week. But either way, you're going to have to wipe those away and get on with it. You've got another week's games worth to play. And we are going to put one of them underway now. We're boosting up the phones, the Infinix GT20s. Going to lead the charge into our second of 3 erangels that we've got for you today. Let's head over the grassy pastures with the same plane, but the other way around.
It's going back the other way. We basically finished the last match and we carried the players off, and now we're carrying them straight back up towards the POV. In fact, it's kind of exactly the same. And if it goes anything like it did last match, there should be no contest from anyone. They do the exact same thing in reverse. That might be more difficult for some players to comprehend, though.
It'd be interesting to see what the differences in the drop is for this plane path, right? Because there were some teams, you know, tend to opt to drop early to contest for vehicles, so it kind of flips the other end as to who's going to get that bulk of early drops. So the east side potentially a little bit less full, but there are more drops available to the north side on that east end of the plane path, potentially for them to roll on up towards. Still, only 2 teams on the military island.
Yeah, just Na'Vi and Brute Force. It's the standard. Again, as I was saying, for Na'Vi, it was a little bit shambolic of them to go down on their bridge hold that they set up and losing the first knock and the second. It was just unfortunate. Circle does center up, though, down towards the south side, which leaves a lot of Sosnovka still in play. So likely we'll see a lot of the teams branch out over this coastal arena, pick up all the compounds that there is over there while setting up and getting ready for a bridge crossing.
Uh-oh. Eren with the pump action. Hachi on the inside with one of his own as well. Steps out, takes half HP's jump spray with the UMP is good for Rita. Zeus taking an early elimination towards Power, and this is the second map now that Power have lost a player on the drop. It is unfortunate. They are now down to 3. Not really too much to do about that. It's a bit much even for you there, Fidan. You're not quite going to be having the best of luck connecting with that one. You have to get away from it. Grab those vehicles, turn away north.
Yeah, I think for Power, that's probably the worst player for you to lose as well in Al-Haji. We constantly tout the guy as the leader in terms of like making plays a lot of times for the team. Even in that last match, he had the right idea of it to move up towards that tree line, trying to get the grenades through over towards Team Spirit. Then they could have spread out over towards that north side and taken a much better fight between them and Brute Force. Just not meant to be as he gets caught out. I think the smoke was somewhat bad on that tree as well, which did allow Chudo to get that sight line. Guild though up to Kameshki. Like I said, exactly the same as last game. No one really too phased by this one. And I think that it might just have been a case of Zeus and Power getting out nice and early, but because they saw the shoots and they had the opportunity to go for it, could immediately descend on one of those players in the chaos that ensued.
Falcons over towards Milta. Going to have to go a little bit further west, push past Team Spirit, but at the moment, it's back to looting phase for everybody. I'll be interested to see if there is a bridge camp on this west bridge. IWNRX in the position to go for it if they wanted to, but what we sometimes see is that historically on these bridge camps, you spend too much time waiting for the team from military base. They end up maybe not even coming over, right? They go out for the east bridge rotate. They go wide. And you, in the meantime, have all of the locations around you surrounded. So it could be a bit of a risk for IWNRX to go for this bridge camp. Maybe if they've read into Na'Vi's rotations, if they know that they go for this at a certain time, they could sit on top of that bridge opening and then go after that window is closed. But we'll have to wait and see what they opt to go for, if they're even going to go for it at all.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, for IWNRX, the best place for them right now is the bridge camp, no? Because you like I said, you want to take up most of the compounds that sit along this coastal side. So if it does head down towards Sosnovka, you can just head down there straight away, but you want to confirm as many of the compounds as you can early on over towards this coastal side because it encompasses most of them. In fact, it has the least amount of playable space. So you want to take as many positions where you're able to set up in a strong position that is fortified. Whereas when you head down towards Sosnovka, there's plenty of places to go to get yourself set up in. So people aren't too bothered about making the rotate down towards Sosnovka right now. But if you play on the bridge and you get there early on, not only do you have a strong compound and a strong position to play from bridge side, you're also just the closest to the bridge, so you can make that rotation. I'd say for your analogy, it's more makes sense if the circle was further up towards that northern side, in which case you don't want to go to the bridge camp. You're more focused on getting towards the center of the circle. It's not worth you waiting that time.
I mean, at the moment, it looks like they're angling even to push out towards Team Spirit and stick more closer to the center. Vibes taking the east bridge camp position. I mean, maybe they're looking to go along the beachhead there to sweep through and take the compound that Brute Force nearly won the match from last game. Maybe they find that to be a safer rotate, and also they could scout out that bridge location to make it feel a little bit safer as they get on by. Looking for anyone crossing that bridge, not coming through just yet. Brute Force biding their time.
Yeah, I think for both Na'Vi and Brute Force, they're not going to be leaving Sosnovka, at least until this circle shifts away from it. They know that the majority of the positions are already taken above them on the west and east bridge. So then it's a case of waiting for the circle to come to them. And if it does go away from them, then they have to wait again if the circle doesn't move away from the east and west bridges. So you've got to wait to the point where it's so much out of the way that teams don't want to camp the bridge anymore.
Falcons spray down 1 and 2. Footballers Chaos. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really that Falcons can do here unless they can find some magic. Hope taken very, very low. Gonna pop the first aid kit. Nade on in. Not gonna connect though. He's up the stairs already. Spray out to the top lines, and okay, Spark may have an answer towards them, but is it too little, too late? Because nades are pouring into their teammates. That shot, ooh, could potentially get flushed away as Spark is fairly isolated. He's going to maybe struggle to peek it out, but no, that's the pump action. Crawl is there. Hope forced down the staircase, in and out with the Bison around the door frame. He'll nearly be able to find Storm, but it's not going to happen for him. And that's now 1 player left for the Falcons. 3 players left for Foot Chaos, and they will be playing on the east side now.
Yeah, the Falcons made a little bit of an alternate drop spot, right? In terms of usually they would head up towards Severning. That's what they did last match, but with the plane path, they opted that it would take too long to loot up towards that north side. So instead, just pick up Milter. Sadly, they weren't really privy to the lot of rotations that come through here. It's not their usual drop spot, so Heroic is able to barrel through quite a few of them. Sorry, Footballers Chaos.
Heroic establishing perimeter. Uphill shots ringing out the way out. Both ways. Team Spirit defending their position in the middle now against S2G as well. This team's encroaching on the edge. Brute Force making their move over the bridge on the east side. IWNRX now maybe move over to that bridge position, because that is a massive shift down towards the south. That puts Military Island as the most likely finish. Brute Force immediately 180. Take that rotation back away from themselves and want to head towards it. Na'Vi coalescing around the other side of this bridge, and this crossing is treacherous. Virtus Pro could break for a boat. Other teams as well will be looking to do that. The swim across from Team Spirit, that's generally what we're expecting to see. Everybody else going to have to filter through and find their way through the bridges or through one hell of a swim.
Yeah, it's an instantaneous reaction there from Brute Force. In the meantime, it's Dokuma on the top side. Jafar once again, who's had some pretty stellar moments today. It's Kevin quickly peek around the corner, but will be taken down by the shrapnel that bursts along the door line.
Jafar hops in, maybe looking to get Kevin back up here. Storm nade in to the low ground. He's aiming for the window. Might just be able to bounce it nicely on the angle, but will not connect. Not going to find a flush, not going to find a knock either. In comes Holt. He's rolling down the hill, kind of threw it away on a rotate in the early game. In the latter stages of a game previously, but Storm now with the challenge over his way. Jafar playing the long angle as well, looking for that advantage. Angle Pink pops out wide with the DBS. They take care of business just before the blue touches them. It's zone 2. They can get the resupply. Hopping over to the bridge camp now. This is Zeus. This is IWNRX. Zeus have moved in on IWNRX's turf, but IWNRX are faltering here. 2 players alive. Can Zeus find what they're looking for? Can they have the wind in their sails? Maniac is down, the other 3 are still up. Zed Wolf and Kine on the ground floor.
And they dropped underneath. Does a lot of damage back to Rita, in fact. Now everyone moves over towards this building. Zed Wolf and Kine maybe looking to move up. They wait for that nade to come through. They hear another pin pull, so they wait it out a little bit more. All the while, it's Frozen who's slowly bleeding out over towards Wizard Tower.
Darkin looking to keep enemies at bay. Underarms the bandages to his teammate. Looks like healing supply is fairly low for Zeus. Nade still in the pocket though, one for Darkin. He's pulling pins, he's slowing IWNRX down, if nothing else. They don't really want to step up, and that's Nick the Galaxy third partying from the northern side. Not aiming for a crash just yet, but a lovely roll up the stairs there for Kine. He's charging on in, auto shotgun in hand. And he chases the opposing players up to the rooftop. Rita last to stand, but he steps down, wants the challenge, draws them out, maybe an off angle from across the way from the rest of Zeus, steps back down, sprays off the angle, and Zedwolf holds his nerve. Now he takes control of the peak, will have to fall back behind the staircase, but it's neither way is going well. Everybody's just bumbling, stepping left, stepping right, and a drop down from Rita sends them on the outside. Low HP, Zedwolf descends. He's taking a lot of damage, but no one's down just yet. Kind down to a nade from across the way. Rita's still there, looking to heal, and Zedwolf needs to get this first aid and the res.
Yeah, I mean, for Zedwolf, just gets the first aid kit off and will try and pick up his teammate. It's a weird one because it had a tiny chance to move back over towards that northwest island, and also with Na'Vi, in fact, going up to hold the bridge camp early. Sort of a smart move from them. But so many teams just opted to fight one another as opposed to just making the push over towards Sosnovka. I was a little bit confused by that, honestly. But they've all just grouped up on this western side. RCB makes a smart decision to make the rotate all the way over towards the eastern bridge. Stage 3 still possible. And with that, there'll be one of the 3 teams that currently sits on the military island with Brute Force, Team Spirit, and Na'Vi. This is going to be a quick game.
Team Spirit are on a 2-2 split, though. They've still got Nomi, and I think that's Matic over on the North Shore. They went 2-2 on the swim, and now they're going to have to regroup. They actually, I think they may have gone to go and grab a boat. Brute Force rolling around, I think, as 4 in a vehicle, which could be dangerous. Rita for Zeus still hiding out in the shack. Managed to bandage himself up. Kine is still low. And the healing supplies, again, low for IWNRX. Zedwolf wants to peek out, has the cook on the nade, bounces it in. That's perfectly on top of Rita. And now he can move in through for that knock, move in for that flush. Steps in, sees the player on the outside. And will finally be able to tag on the mark. 2 players alive for Zeus. In comes the roll down. Vibes trying to make their... Sorry, this is Power trying to make their way across the bridge. But they have to go underneath it, and they'll settle for some sort of safety in this circle. Virtus Pro have the sideswipe angle.
Yeah, Virtus Pro coming in behind it. Again, everyone is just causing themselves a lot of pain and a lot of suffering. Oh, and I truly believe that IWNRX should have been closer on this hold earlier on. I don't think it was worth them trying to confirm up towards that northeast side. This is where you've got to make that gamble play, right? If this moves down towards Sosnovka, we have one of the best positions just to instantly razz across in vehicles, and that's what we should go for. Likely Na'Vi is going to try and hold us out, but if I was Na'Vi, I would not be going for a full confirm, knowing that there's likely going to be 3 or 4 teams all trying to push through at the same time and them get ahead of us. So it's a weird match. And I think Brute Force did a crazy job, by the way, because they stayed out in the blue on the eastern side and gate kept a guild. It was a very, very long time to spend out in the blue just for that, but I guess they want to sweep on the eastern side, and it's working out well for them.
I mean, you know that a lot of teams are going to be jammed up around that western bridge, and some teams are going to divert out to the east. It's fairly smart to pick that up. Can Virtus Pro get anything against Nick the Galaxy? It's 1 for 1 right now. Redox is low. The blue zone is hurting now, Blank. It is painful, and you need to get this healing done fast. Koa just tries to get out of the zone so he can get picked back up. Nick the Galaxy, they're on the inside. They tried to crash into IWNRX. That's not gone well. The 2 players for IWNRX are still going. Everybody on the southeast side trying to crunch their way in. Nick the Galaxy fall. Virtus Pro shots over towards Zeus. As teams on the northern shore need to conclude, and they need to conclude it now.
Again, this is just a symptom of a lobby that's so focused on playing center that they refuse to make these more probable plays, I'd say. In terms of, yeah, around about 60% of the time, that's going to work out way better for us, especially in our position. So instead of trying to crunch ourselves towards the center, let's just go for the play that works out best for us in the circle. And that's kind of what Na'Vi does. They don't try and cross back over towards the island. They take a lot of space. Heroic does get across from that eastern side and moves over towards a compound that Na'Vi held earlier on, who were more than happy to play over towards the roadside on the back of this circle.
IWNRX with 2. They have put up a decent fight here, which is good to see. Team Spirit on the South Island, on the military base island now, have regrouped as 4. The rollout not looking super hot there for IWNRX, though, unfortunately. Zeus going to lose a player as well. Maniac can't quite hop on out. IWNRX fully out. Any team that tries to make this move across the bridge is going down. And S2G in the position that I think you wanted IWNRX to be in control of right now. They are going to be doing pretty well here. They're the only team that is realistically going to be able to challenge over the bridge against Na'Vi.
Yeah, well, I mean, for S2G, they played it smartly because they see that everyone just immediately gets clustered up. So you play Lighthouse and you wait for everyone else in the lobby to slowly get splintered down into just 1 or 2 man groups. And again, with the way this circle's panned out, it places them in a position where they can play this spot for ages and make that move across the bridge much, much later into the game. Which still might not work out for them considering the chokehold that Na'Vi has. But I think getting across towards that bridge side towards the east of them could be a play. For Heroic and Vibes, though, currently sharing this compound.
Two in one, 2 in the other. Together, they make a full roster. North outlook, south outlook. Just wanted to wait for the teams trying to cross to go down. Add a lot of placement points to your tally that way. RCB on the south. This is that ridgeline blank that sits on the southeast of this circle, right? Brute Force have got a lot of control over it right now. They're playing as 3, however. So RCB could potentially try and find an outpost, find a pick over towards Prepod, or maybe against Neos, who's... no, sorry, this is Neos on the north side against Freezer, who's rolling around on the south side. Brute Force sending out a lot of scouting missions right now to figure out their next move.
He's going to take a huge amount of damage before getting back to the rest of his team. The fact that Team Spirit's able to take out so many of his wheels causes some big problems for him in the future. Does get back into the zone. No, there's Na'Vi ripping into RCB over towards that eastern side, helping out Brute Force, as well as stealing a couple of eliminations away from them.
He did manage to pick one of those up. RCB taking fights on multiple fronts now. Na'Vi, look at what Axe has just done. He's crossed over the road to a more central position. Na'Vi are really trying to extend their influence as far as possible. They know that this bridge is kind of holding itself now. A lot of teams are in a stalemate there. Brute Force trying to move in and kind of giving up a lot of strength on their position. They sent out a lot of scouts and Team Spirit.
Wow.
I mean, they lose one on the roll. Kitsune, they might dart back for this. There's potential to try and go for that, but I think the call has just come through that they just go forwards, right? They've got that backstop who can maybe sweep through and pick this up, but they've already got Kitsune crawling across this road. Effects covering off the angles that can potentially find it, and Prepod wants the challenge. Shots over towards Neos as well. Leaves just Prepod left standing. Matic is close. Nade in. May be able to find its mark. That looks good, but Matic's already broken out. He's going aggressive here. Spray onto Nomi at the back lines, and there's a nade coming his way. Prepod needs to be careful. That looks like it could find the distance. Doesn't quite get the damage. But Matic, he has got that UMP, but this is going to secure that res over towards Kitsune for the teams behind him, for the players behind him to regroup. They can swim on through this open ground and make their way up to the ridgeline that Brute Force kind of threw away.
It's a good angle that Effect holds as well, because without that, Matic would have been a little bit worse for wear without having the information that Prepod was going to push over the top side. Also, that little bit of damage does force him back off. And now you have a pretty strong location to play for yourself. It is Brute Force just getting shredded by some really good off angles coming through from Na'Vi. Continue to put up points in this game. There's so many just rough and toughened up squads that came over this bridge line that Na'Vi was able to just dispatch as they attempted to get in. Pretty easy pickings, honestly, with little to no smokes. Probably broken vests and helmet and all.
I really like that they were not over-occupied with the bridge as well. They left 2 players there. Default and Axa have been working the zone for the entirety of this time. But now that they know that the bridge is clear, I'm surprised they haven't gone for this regroup, because now they've lost Default on the south point. They are losing strength to play from the south edge as well, which means that Team Spirit may be able to find a vulnerability if they sweep through. Axa going down as well, and Na'Vi all of a sudden do not have a central circle outpost. I really liked it, but they did not move fast enough to capitalize on the strength that they've been given.
Yeah, I think when you split like that, you have to come to a conclusion that either we go back up to play on the northwest side or continue down here as 4. And I think that you just don't have the pressure to be playing up on the ridge out in the open, because it's impossible to keep track of every single team inside of this circle at this stage of the game. However, Team Spirit with 4 look really good going into this end game here. Brute Force are able to pull up one of their players, play on with Prepod, and I believe it's Freezer as well.
They are scouting. I mean, Freezer right now moving into the next stage, the transition position for the team that wins out on the southeast side, right? There is that ridgeline that overlooks the buildings that Vibes and Heroic sit in that will control the crossing for Na'Vi. If Brute Force can keep Team Spirit at bay, they have a chance to take damage over towards the rest of the other teams, and that is a great laydown stand-up from Prepod, but he is answered, and this is the numbers disadvantage coming into play. The ridgeline is going to get crested. Can they get Nomi back to his feet for Team Spirit? Are they going to find this trade? Because Freezer not going to have the angle on it. The smoke is there. RCB are in a bit of a ditch, and I don't think they're going to have the sight lines. The zone is closing in blank, and that means that this res is on a clock.
Yeah, I think they should be able to get it just about. Mozaro gets flushed. Now Heroic as well as Vibes in a very bad situation. Prepod flushed out 2. All 4 players back up for Team Spirit. 4 eliminations. It's not a gigantic game, but it's certainly a game that could transition into a chicken dinner, which is 10 points. And, you know, a back-to-back for Team Spirit might just be the thing they need. I think they played this game very, very well compared to the others. An instantaneous approach. I mean, like, they should have been one of the last to cross to Sosnovka compared to teams that were making the movement across the bridge like IWRX or S2G, but instead were one of the first, if not the first, to get into the position, which is concerning to me considering they had to make the swim.
RCB do spot Lemon up on the railings here. I think Lemon will have spotted him with the third-party peak angle as well. I'll be aware of that position, but Matic lights up Azel. Can't fly out the back this time around. Freezer still on the far hillside. That high ground, incredibly valuable. Lemon still scouting out for any sort of angle he can find. Shots do find them over towards Lemon, but just fall short onto the rafters.
No one's able to flush out Azel, so that's another elimination in the back pocket. No one's really got a huge tally in this game either. I mean, the most right now is 6 in the lobby, alongside with Heroic as well as Na'Vi. Freezer's a good spot, and he's got to make good use of these nades. He's got 6 of them, and this is the one thing that's going to allow him to go for a 1v4. If not an unbelievable spray, as they are out in the open. Finds the first, looks for the second. A good chunk of damage done. Instantly hits the first aid kit, and in that moment, Effect knows he has to move up. He has to close the ground.
Interesting that Freezer went for the second challenge rather than confirming. A beautiful nade over to the rock. They knew he was playing there. I'm surprised he didn't peek out for the flush onto Nomi. Add a point to your tally for Brute Force. But no, wants the second fight. We'll pay the price for it. Silas last to play now for RCB. Get rid of this. You ladder up again. Heroic as well with 1. Vibes with 1. It is Team Spirit's game to move through these hills and to sweep through the rest of this lobby, adding all of their points to their tally.
A little Molotov will do the trick here. Doesn't want to waste his 2 grenades. They're quite valuable, but a Molotov is good for clearing. And that's exactly what it'll do. Yeah, I think for Freezer, it's difficult for him to make the second peak, right? With Matic there, just spray him down. Potentially he gets the flush. Yeah, I think his only option is to peek back in and try and go for the first aid kit before he peeks again. But before he can even do that, the nade comes through. It's very good timing from Kitsune. Because I think he did actually want to do exactly what you were mentioning, John, is to peek back out again after the first aid kit, get another elimination for himself. Now it's Na'Vi versus Team Spirit, Vibes, and Heroic. It really should be Team Spirit's game. This would be a hard one to lose.
Are they aware of Flip's position? Because I feel like they're not looking at it a lot. And Na'Vi may have pulled a fast one onto this. Look at that. They really aren't wary out towards his position at all. It'd be interesting to see if they are worried about it. Or if they're actually just completely unaware. Lemon potentially looking to draw attention now. Volt on the back lines for Heroic with 6 eliminations. Yeah, Lemon knows he's there. That's a nade. That's not going to tag in, though. He thinks he's behind the wall still. But now he's going to know he's not. Volt crawling his way forwards. And Lemon looking for the peek over to see if he's running the other direction.
That's good damage. That'll be Flip spotted. This is really good clearing from Team Spirit, honestly. Very disciplined.
As they should be. Playing on the off angle onto that position as well. Lemon knows that he could ladder up twice by getting these eliminations on the north side. And Na'Vi to hold out around this bridge would sort of be their positional drop right. But Brute, yeah. I mean, you're exposed to Team Spirit. 3 players, 3 sidebacks your way. You're not getting any further. Flip stands up. They didn't clear it fully. Nomi goes down to that. That is a huge strike towards the heart of Team Spirit. Flip now can roll up. Looks for another challenge. Effect may be isolated in a 1 versus 1, but he's got backup coming. A nade budges the buggy, but not doing much more than that. The nade up to the tree for Team Spirit as well. So they put one straight back into Flip's face. He's taken low. Doesn't have any first aid. He's going to rely on those bandages, on those stims. Another nade looks good on the Cook. That might just be able to find the damage, but it's not going to connect again. He's fading these nades quite frequently now. And if he can find an opening, he's already found one. A 1 versus 4 is not impossible. Lemon as well could potentially move in for this fight.
Yeah, that's frustrating for Team Spirit, considering they hit him with a nade early. I don't know if the information just wasn't passed back across again, or Nomi just forgot in the moment, which is equally an option. Flip has to duck away from this one. Zip back into the shadows. Effect jumps up. Mad spray through the smoke might do it. Soloing backwards and forwards, but finally Effect will find his mark there.
Lemon does get a little bit of damage back over towards Team Spirit's backlines. And remember, they're playing as 3 now. Volt knows where Lemon is. Na'Vi hops out. He drops so slowly out in front of him. And Volt now really the last to stand as Na'Vi are eliminated. Heroic will be able to take 1 point away from them, but it's now just Volt left in a sea of troubles. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Molotov at the feet burn this one out. But maybe he wants the fight. 3 players standing in his way. Volt has the M4. Back to the blue zone. It's going to close in 6. Smoke train there, looking to break. Matic covering the cross. We'll get the information as soon as he moves. He breaks out. They know he's peeking. Volt hits the deck out to the left side as they look at it, and Kitsune wants to put more nades through. It's not even going to matter because Effect peppers it down, sneaks one in, and that is Team Spirit with the back-to-back chicken dinner to close out what was a fairly difficult game for them and a fairly poor run in week 1. It seems like they have turned a new leaf.
I think honestly, yeah, I think that's Nomi just complaining that the information wasn't passed back, honestly. But yeah, for Team Spirit, again, a back-to-back is so incredibly useful to them in terms of that morale boost. But it does show that the way the lobby's playing is odd. Going from Team Spirit, who have played at that international level, and that was quite a just typical play from most teams, is to make that water crossing. And I think if you're S2G there, you need to follow suit with Team Spirit, because I think you called it straight away. It's very difficult for that circle to ever go back to the mainland at that point, and it would have been very, very unlikely. And again, you just have to make the numbers play, as opposed to being like, well, if we go over the water, we're not central anymore. But you have to play those numbers sometimes if you want to pick up the big chicken dinners, and Team Spirit certainly does that. They get over to the other side. One of the first 3, and the first 2 obviously being the 2 teams that drop on Sosnovka Island, with Na'Vi and Brute Force. But yeah, a good game from Team Spirit and well cleared again.
Yeah, able to stay down on the south side. They sent 2 and 2 because they didn't quite fully know that it was going to go down south. And then as soon as that circle confirmed, they were like, right, we're coming over. We'll see you in 5. We're bringing the party. And it was really good principled maneuvers coming on through. So great stuff. Can't really fault it. From Team Spirit, very happy to see them get this back-to-back. 20 points on the board, and they are leading out to a strong first day. Na'Vi in 3rd place as well. They had a very effective hold on that bridge. I liked what they were doing, but they held that 2-2 split for too long, and they paid the price to RCB down on that south edge.
Yeah, I think if you're Na'Vi, you're really greedy there. And you can almost understand why they're greedy, because they know they need a huge amount of elimination points to buffer the first 2 games of the day if they want to continue staying in the lead. So for them, they look to try and pull up a really, really big bag in this game, but they can't quite find it because it is just greed, and they find themselves in a horrible situation versus RCB when playing that ridge line. And there were a lot of angles to go against, but 1700 damage to Team Spirit. It's not the highest number in the world, but it is the highest in this lobby considering the amount of action that happened elsewhere. But 5 eliminations more than anyone else is sort of wild.
Yeah, I mean, Brute Force got 5 in that match. And again, that's a 3rd consistent game from Brute Force to be able to keep up with the pace. Obviously, Team Spirit have had some kind of standout performances. But in general, it is always more impressive to me to look at which teams are just posting close to 10 points per match in these early stages of the games. Because you obviously are going to have teams that are going to win. They're going to get 23 points, 25 points, 20 points on a match. But it's the teams that post 9, it's the teams that post 11 that actually really come through and shine towards the end of the week. But we'll have to wait for that. We'll wait for the overalls until after the break.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
It seems like Erangel is the map for Team Spirit. They are going to find the back-to-back on the last two matches, and that is going to be great. Now, normally, during the week, this is where we take a little bit of a breather. We head to the warehouse and we see what we've got in store for us, but because we didn't have any games yesterday, there is no call-out MVP match, which means we're just going to roll straight into the third Erangel. We're going to have to wait until tomorrow for a TDM to hand out $500 to the lucky winner. Well, maybe not so lucky, depending on who they're facing. We'll have to wait for the MVP call-out at the end of today to see who tomorrow's matchup is going to be. But for now, a third Erangel. Blank. Is it going to be the three-peat? Can Team Spirit keep their nerve?
Yeah, a bit of a showdown coming through at the moment. I think that, honestly, if we look at Team Spirit, so far it's been pretty mega, right? I think that both times they have somewhat gotten ahead of the game just because no one else is making the decisions that they're going for currently, especially just the crossing on the water almost instantaneously, where everyone else just gets caught up and embroiled in action over towards the northwest side. And Team Spirit was the one making the right decision there, and those circles actually ended up lending towards the right decision, as opposed to the hive mind that's current in the lobby that all tries to shift center.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of that final circle as well was the fact that Brute Force bridge camped the East Bridge as well, which means that teams moving there were at least slowed down. That allowed Team Spirit to have a little bit more leeway on that northern side, right? Because if you allow more teams through that bridge, you allow more pressure from the east, but they didn't really have to face that. Brute Force did end up getting handled as well, as we see teams discussing their strategies and figuring out how they want to play for this next one. This is S2G. Looking for a little bit more cogency in their next match, hopefully. But yeah, I think that Eastern Bridge Camp was actually a pretty major factor, all things considered, in that circle, in the dynamic of that lobby, right? Because you remove that factor a little bit. Na'Vi can keep their Bridge Camp longer. Team Spirit can play from the north side stronger. And in general, it's a completely different circle if Guild get through there, if Heroic, Guild, and Brute Force are all playing on that east side.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's a curious games. It's a curious amount of games we've had so far in terms of the teams that have been playing well, and it really just show that momentum-based gameplay is true and real. Like Zeus, as well as Heroic, and also Team Spirit, all running off the back of that momentum. And this is our current best player of the day. It is Nomi right now from Team Spirit with 2,000 damage, 11 elims, and 10 knockouts.
That is quite the record so far. To get 1,000 damage average, or 1,500 to be precise, damage average per map is pretty insane to be able to lock that down. Over 3 matches, remember? That is... Wait, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
I have to divide it by 3. There you go. Okay, I've misstepped on the maths there, but that's still a very impressive damage tally, nonetheless, for Nomi to be able to keep up those numbers. And 11 eliminations over 3 matches is very, very strong stuff.
What is that, like 666.33 recurring or something crazy?
That sounds right.
Let me have a look. I'll pull up the calc.
2/3. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 660.
Oh, it actually goes exactly 667.
Oh, because you've got the extra 1.
That's pleasing.
Yeah.
That's very pleasing. I like that.
I'm pleased.
Yeah. No recurring required.
Okay.
But yeah, S2G on the screen. Give the big love hearts to the fans at home watching. If you are a fan of S2G, that one's for you. That goes out to you. Kesh is on a bit of a belly laugh today. He's finding something very funny.
He's just a laughy guy. What can you say? Well, I'm not too sure you would want to be when Team Spirit are turning up in week 2. It's no laughing matter. Because when Team Spirit are on form, that is very serious for the rest of the lobby. And I don't want to say that they are on form yet, because there is still very much the possibility of freak good games occurring for Team Spirit. But for now, they're on 50 points on 3 matches, and they are doing well with the Infinix GT20 Pro, featuring a dual chipset, 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS for our players. Everybody here using them, loving them, getting into game with them as well, because we're heading into our 3rd and final erangel of day 1 for week 2. And we've just come off the back of Team Spirit finding 2 matches on the trot. The sunglasses are still out for Guild. But it looks like he might need to take them off because he needs to look where he's going. Guild, not in last place. They're not doing super well either.
No, I mean, for Guild, it was a case of being dropped into 20th last week, which was a bit awkward for him, sadly. Dropping with the GT20 Pro as per usual. We're heading from Sosnovka military base all the way up towards North Georgia, in fact. So again, another heavy lean on the plane towards the western side of the map. This is a little bit more forgiving though. It's just spread the shoots out a little bit further over the length of the map here, which is nice.
Nomi, in effect, leading the counts there. And actually, top damage over today goes to Freezer from Brute Force, which is interesting. Interesting indeed. Plane path going to change things up. Headshots. Al-Haji leading the charge there. So it's not all Team Spirit, but over 3 matches, you do expect some standouts. The west cut, on the plane path cuts out the east side of the map. And it'll be difficult to get over towards Yasnaya, towards Lubovka, that sort of area. Are we going to get another early hot drop of power? Going to lose a player again? Only time will tell. Zeus getting a little bit far away from it. We're going up north this time with the circle.
A heavy shift over towards that northern side, though. You got Falcons, who are going to be quite happy with that one, dropping over towards Severny. S2G likely going to go loot Yaz, and then they could always move west, so this is not the worst thing in the world for them. Again, there's not a massive amount of looting spots for them on the south side of Severny, so it's either they try and hot drop with Falcons, but why would you at this point? You have a free positioning Yasnaya to loot up, which gives you favourable rotation pass over towards that north side anyway, so I don't think they'll be too unhappy with the way this one panned out.
Virtus Pro, this is over by Quarry on the southwest side of the map. It looks like they may break out. Yeah, just keep going over towards Primorsk. Away from Zeus. You don't need to get stuck in there. Grabbing vehicles on the way. They've got a few weapons as well, so a decent early phase drop. Fireflux split around apartments and school with RCB and Roshok. Nothing hot about this drop right now. The movements to come, we'll have to wait and see. But around the edge of this river, I'm imagining these crossings starting to become a little bit contested as time goes on, as teams start to make their way up north, right? Because that is really what this circle is going to all be about. A lot of the northern side of that river is in the circle. It's quite likely we're going north of that river, so getting across early could be quite a good benefit.
Yeah, again, most teams are just going to try and loot up as quickly as possible before they move. They know that it's quite limited on that north side of the map in terms of loot to be grabbed. So pick up what you can from your original drop spots and then quickly get vehicles. I think vehicles are the most important part here in terms of getting 4 for everyone on your squad. With Brute Force and Na'Vi, this is going to be much more of a slow game for them. Looting everything they can from Sosnovka military base and Nova Obnoya, and then just playing a more edge style gameplay towards the end game. There's no way they're going to be one of the first to the center in this circle, but that's okay. Just have more time to loot.
Everyone extricated for the time being. Power and Guild getting a little bit close to each other. I think Guild are actually chasing Power on their rotate up towards the north side, trying to get across the river. I think that crash may be just about to unfold. Zelhaji's waiting for them to run up, but I think Guild diverted away. Yeah, they sent over to the bridge further west. They didn't want to crash straight into the compound that was already being held, but they do know that Power's nearby. And Guild could potentially shunt into the edge of North George, find some more loot if they're not fully looted up. If they didn't complete their looting phase, they can grab some more here in these apartment blocks. But vibes are further into North George, and you've got Heroic all the way up in Zaki as well. So potential for them to get caught unawares. Ooh. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's alongside with Guild as well. Might be able to spot him from inside the water.
Oh, I think he can. Oh, he definitely can, but he just can't get his weapon out. Oh, and Wagner gets the cover. Doesn't have any healing though. A weapon of his own. Ready for Maniac to peek out wide. Zeus can't really send a player up into that ridge. And again, just not able to get up. That is unfortunate. 2 teams taking a swim, but potentially not by their own choice here.
I mean, a lot of teams are already making this rotate round, right? And I mean, the bridge crossing is always unfun, especially if there's 2 teams there, because likely one's going to get left behind to play bridge camp. And this is just a weird spot to be in. I mean, for Maniac, it's more about keeping tabs on Wagner, whilst the rest of the team can continue looting a little bit more. Quick replay on this one.
I mean, he wanted to use this as a ramp, but he hit the terrain earlier.
Just use the road.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one. It feels like, unless he meant to do that, and I can't for the life of me figure out a reason why he potentially would. Yeah, I think that was just a bit of a mistake there. And that actually could be pretty serious for Zeus, right? If they have a player who's stuck when all of the teams around them rotating, they are going to be at a disadvantage when it comes to the next phase's rotations into stage 2 and 3.
Yeah, man, it's rough. It really is rough. Especially for the fact that you're giving up a vehicle there as well. It's not only you mess up your rotation a bit and you don't find an elimination, it's all slowed down, but you're giving up a vehicle. And like I said earlier, vehicles are so important on these northern rotates, not to mention the fact there's not enough compounds around here anyway. So realistically, you want to have 4 vehicles so you could at least set up some impromptu positions that have cover by blowing your own vehicles, sacrificing them for the greater good of the team.
Nah, just put them in the river. It's much more fun. Just get rid of them. I'll run. It's okay. Good at cardio. I'm terrible at cardio.
The body cannot block the bullets. It can only absorb them, and only for so long.
That is true. Have you ever absorbed any bullets?
Nope, and I don't intend to anytime soon.
I think that's wise.
Not on my bucket list.
No. I'll do like airsoft or paintball. Real bullets though, nah, I'm alright. I don't think that's for me.
Yeah, like I said, it's not on my to-do list. This is how you should do it. If you take a left here, there is a bridge.
Oh, using the road. I see. Very intelligent from Swain.
Yeah, it's a pretty big play.
Yeah, actually,
Very tactical.
that's so smart.
A lot of strategy involved.
Master strategist Swain.
Again, everyone's just moving up, squeezing into the circle. At the moment, a little bit more spread out this time around. Again, it's not a huge amount of compounds, so no reason to try and commit fully to that central arena. But most people are in. We're just waiting for Brute Force, VP, as well as Na'Vi to get in. But Na'Vi has made a quick rotate for themselves. They're going to head towards the western side of Everest. Potentially wrap around Hospital. VP's thinking of the exact same thing. Ooh. And we get a hard northwest shift. This is going to be a lot of teams trying to push their way in. And the fact that this goes out towards a peninsula means that it's just going to get even harder to squeeze in on that northwest side. It's going to crunch teams together like a funnel.
I'm watching what Heroic are going to do. They're on a 2-2 split right now on the northern coastline and further inland as well towards the bunker positions. So potential for them to be a really, really strong presence if they can hold teams out around them, because everybody's going to be now looking to try and push further up north. And Heroic, at the moment, have one of the strongest positions. The hills to their south also quite strong, quite powerful there. And you've got Power looking to try and put a foothold in, but RCB are a little bit ahead. So are Team Spirit. A couple of teams now moving in towards gun range. As you can see, Fireflux tucking their vehicles away. Getting control of, again, a pivotal part of this map.
Well, it's Chaos sending it as well, but these guys are far on the eastern side, likely to push into other teams that are making similar rotations. There is a compound that sits a little bit further out towards that western side, which is kind of nice. Sits in between the fields, but it's Team Spirit to lose 2 players right off the bat here, and Matic will fall as well, leaving just Nomi, the current MVP of the day, to send on alone.
That is unfortunate. A difficult roll-up. A lot of teams already ahead of Team Spirit. Now Power can move through in the vacuum of their wake and potentially gain speed for it. Zeus had to deal with Team Spirit, and now they have to get away from Team Power. As Al-Haji reigns supreme from the top of this ridgeline. A really strong high ground in the center of this circle. They will allow a player from Team Spirit to survive in the buildings down to their west. Nomi plays in their shadow.
Yeah, I mean, for Nomi, not much else you can do there. I was surprised that Footballers Chaos, coming in from the eastern side, have made a full wrap through to that compound I was talking about earlier, which is nestled just at the top of the fielded area. And it actually gives you a lot of protection purely because not a lot of teams are going to be playing down towards your south side. You only really have to worry about your north here. I just don't know how Footballers Chaos got away with it, but they did.
Sometimes you just got to go for it, and it works. That's, even a play that works only 1% of the time. You just got to do it 100 times, then it works. You know.
Yeah.
That's just how. That's just maths. It's just pure maths. Brute Force on the eastern side, trying to come through late. Enigma Galaxy and Virtus Pro coming through on the south side fairly late, but I feel like those crossings on the south are just so devastatingly packed up. This circle shunts up north, and again, Heroic with a strong position. Foot Chaos with that west end looking nice. Zeus as well. 3 players, but they have got a nice area. Power on the south do have that high ground to play with as well, so we'll see if they can keep teams at bay, because a lot of teams on this south edge.
Football Chaos start to move up towards that north side, and I think for them, like, honestly, this western side of the map is really nice. I think that I probably wouldn't push up towards the northern compound. It's good to check it at least, but right now it just should be a case of trying to watch down towards that south side, making sure teams aren't pushing up on you from the fielded area, because that's realistically where a lot of these dangerous rotations are going to come through the teams that are outside the circle on the south. Brute Force rolling around, picking off players one by one.
Brute Force trying to push through on the east. Enigma Galaxy actually making a pretty wild dash through west side of North George. getting on the road. Zeus and Power continue their conflict. Power tried to chase this one down, and Zeus are fending them off fairly effectively. It's just El Hadji left standing, actually. Rita on the inside with the challenge, looking to try and take down the last player for Power, as he is the last player on the inside for Zeus. Cannot stand up to the test. Enigma Galaxy may have just been able to find a miracle rotate, a mad crash, and in they go. Powerful Enigma Galaxy get the position. There is a team a little bit over to the east. I think that's some remnants from Fireflux up on the north side of the hill. Potentially Nomi is chiming into this fight again. He's emboldened and moves out to third party.
Yeah, this is a wild timing on the engagement, on the crash from Enigma Galaxy, just as the fight ends. So they instantly take up residence. No hesitation on the booking. They'll find themselves some kind of shelter for the rest of the game. Na'Vi, though, down towards the south side of them, looking to push up towards that ridge side, alongside with Nomi. Enigma Galaxy are coming up to spot it. Hopefully they don't see Nomi and look further over towards Na'Vi, but yeah, do take him out. And Na'Vi actually stirs the hornet's nest as well, which is the sad thing for Enigma Galaxy. For Team Spirit, sorry.
Guild rocking up, dropping a line of players towards Na'Vi, and Lemon cannot handle the first peek. Axa spraying wildly into the midst of Guild. Lemon gets flushed in the meantime, and Flip may be the one to take it back into control because he steps up for 1, 2. Everybody stands tall in his crosshairs, and he knocks them back to their knees there. Lemon goes down. An unfortunate spray from Axa allows that to happen, but Flip keeps it under control for them.
I mean, Flip come through with a pretty nice DBS play towards the end of that engagement. Yeah, for Na'Vi, they don't look quite as switched on as last week. And the circle will shift off of the water here in stage 4, typically when it would do it as well, leaving just that ridge line down towards the south in play. Takes out the compound that sits on that western side, forcing Footballers Chaos from their early mad dash to finally have to play the game again.
More nades down range, trying to suppress Enigma Galaxy. Na'Vi can take up residency. That would be good news for them. Heroic still safe on the northern side. Spin out there for Redox, but he pulls short on the train. Nice and chilled out right now. IWNRX spotting Virtus Pro for a little scrap on the southeast, and it's getting a little bit messy in the divot with the vehicles. The smokes are there. Virtus Pro, though, have all of their team in position. IWNRX do not with that nade. Oh, it's dangerous. Goes on in, gets a lot of damage. Frozen has to yeet himself out of the way there. Hop, skip, and a jump behind the rock. Now behind the tree is Bishke, trying to get some healing done before Frozen peeks him. But there comes the roll down, the roll around, and Bishke out. Did he hop to the passenger? No, it was the DBS that caught him around the side of the trunk. Zed Wolf is low, gonna bleed on out. Now Virtus Pro in danger, as are IWNRX playing on 2. That nade looks good, but it's just the re-knock.
They've got plenty more where that comes from, and they've got a pretty identified position where Malai might be. Swings over towards the right-hand side, so Swain should be looking over towards where he's playing currently behind that rock, but the smoke does give them the small amount of cover, and they think they've swung over towards the west. In the meantime, IWNRX is getting obliterated from that western edge from Enigma Galaxy as well as Na'Vi.
Enigma Galaxy have played a blinder here on the timing of the roll-up that they've had, playing on us 4 now. On the south side, there is no more fearsome presence at this stage. Frozen further out towards the zone, and Swain isolated, naded out, bombarded away. IWNRX cannot win out this fight against Virtus Pro. They've only got Frozen left. He knows where both of them are, to be fair, and could go for a cheeky little spray. I wonder if they know he's on this tree.
Likely to know it. Yeah, he's right at the back of the train. Drops a smoke, though, maybe looking to get back towards his teammate. I think he realizes that Enigma Galaxy and Na'Vi have moved away towards that western side to fight against one another. Good roll down to start things off. Now it's just Flip remaining.
Here to finish the job. Enigma Galaxy roll through Na'Vi, and there is little to no resistance. Finding the crucial pickups. They make it work. Now Frozen in a 1 versus 2 against Virtus Pro. He has successfully isolated a 1v1, but he doesn't quite hold the angle long enough. That will be the DBS shutdown. IWNRX are out. S2G are fighting in on the east side. Brute Force surround them. And it's not looking too good for Marceau.
Yeah, Wash and Kelsey just got pinched, essentially. How much they could do there. I just felt like the shots were so on target from Brute Force. Now nades coming through from Falcons to add insult to injury.
Knock, but a re-knock on the nade to come through. Brute Force come on in, but what's this? It's a Falcon. Ready and waiting to try and swoop on in and take points from Brute Force, take players away too. Shift out to the west, forces these teams to make a move, and Enigma Galaxy again with such a profitable rotation into the high ground, into power, with 4 players alive. Take a look at the replay from Flip. He was able to get 1, get 2, get 3, and that's how you shut down a fight. I mean, he was the linchpin of that engagement. Na'Vi, but unfortunately, they couldn't go too much further. I'm still looking at Enigma Galaxy, and they've got to be looking at themselves and thinking, how on earth have we managed to pull this position off?
Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, honestly, the timing on it was so brutal for the other 2 teams. Pretty amusing how it's panned out. The way Icy's dodging around these grenades is fairly marvelous. I don't think he can weather the storm, but the fact that he lived for that long is impressive enough as it is.
You can dodge 1 nade, but can you dodge 30? That's the question. Oh, another bombardment. Icy cannot catch a break here. The nades though are going
silly.
Yeah, they are going to go into the smoke here. Oh, there's the shots. Is that an off angle? I think it may be Brute Force with a couple of shots from Freezer, potentially. Looking for a heal. Icy. Ooh, I think they just stopped the bleed out there. But have Enigma Galaxy realigned and figured out they're behind this rock. Bounce, not quite far enough. Icy does get back up, but there should be an immediate re-knock. It's going to catch some flack from one direction or the other, and another nade keeps on pouring on in. Enigma Galaxy not going to lose anything, and there's the final knock. There's the flush over towards Virtus Pro. And now Enigma Galaxy, with 4 players alive, can move back to this ridgeline, extend up north, take a central overground position, and it is so beautiful for them.
Enigma Galaxy expends like, what is it, 20 nades there, but despite that, still run away with 6 in the pocket of Narvalo. I'm not really sure how Enigma Galaxy pulled that off.
They had all of the nades from both Power and whoever they were. I can't remember who they were fighting as well, right? They had that entire watchtower's worth of nades, as well as Team Spirit on the same position. So they had 3 teams worth, which I think is where they pulled all those nades from.
They've got a good stockpile, put it that way.
Yeah.
Fireflux here. Level 3 vest on him. With just him and Lux playing. Both really good players, honestly, and have done quite well so far in this tournament. It's nice to see Ketch stepping up, because this guy was someone I was really excited to watch into the future, then had a period of falling off for a while. It's nice to see him back on top form.
Fireflux are very much surrounded, though, in this position. Heroic from the north have been creeping their way in and being fairly quiet. They've only found 1 elimination so far. Brute Force, the next team to go down to Enigma Galaxy. And that's a lot of points they've earned. 12 eliminations for Enigma Galaxy. This is good stuff. This is very good going for them. And look how much of the crown they hold right now. Heroic, the only other, no, sorry, RCB as well, but the only other 2 4-person teams are out on the north and have to make some moves here. But Enigma Galaxy is sitting pretty.
Yeah, this should be a game where they shouldn't win. They shouldn't drop the ball. Still possible at this point with RCB, Footballers Chaos, and Heroic in the mix. But yeah, they've had so much of the circle for so long that it would be surprising if they lost this.
A knock, but we'll lose another. Heroic now breaking out to the west side. Enigma Galaxy pushing up to the north edge, allowing Vibes and leaving a backstop over to them to keep an eye on, but moving 3 players up to the north, spotting 1 from Heroic. as Jafar tries to crawl forwards, tries to get back in for Walsh to get this res on. Smoke's dropping as well. Nades finding their way through. And again, this bombardment from Enigma Galaxy is working out well for them. But now Ralph's coffers have run dry on Nades. Jafar with an EBS attempt, but a second swipe through with the buggy draws the attention long enough for Ralph to get the spray. Now 2 players alive for Heroic. And again, they're going to swing through. Moving on in with the buggies, getting information. They can pop those nades in, and that is how you blast Bolt away. Will get the flush. Kevin last to stand, and they are hunting him down. Front bumper after front bumper sailing past him, and are finally finding the impact.
16 eliminations now. And this is the thing, though, is that for Enigma Galaxy, every single fight has just been a case of how many nades can we throw at them, and how quickly can we do it. And because they've had almost a never-ending stockpile, it's not really mattered at all how many they throw over the top. So they've not had to worry about utility usage. They can just burn the entire cash every single engagement. RCB, though, doing quite a good job to almost take down SnowX, but Wild's already down to just the 1 nade.
Will be left on just the 1. 6 still for SnowX. First aid pops through. Wild repositions. Nade goes wide. And they're safe for another moment. Nade back in towards where the vehicle rotated away from. Just immediately lobbing that out, covering his rotate, forcing RCB to think twice about pushing. Silas, a little bit disparate from the rest of the roster, and Vibes have been playing in these buildings for a while now. They've been on 3 for a while, and Enigma Galaxy have been leaving a player back time and time again. I think they've moved Ralph out because he's dry on nades. Narvalo was the player to play out towards the back, but now they move him up to the front to take his turn with the arm.
It's almost funny because it feels like Vibes has sort of played a different game to everyone else this match. They've just existed around here. Finally, they look to take some space. A little... yeah, keep going.
Oh.
What is going on here?
Just a little love tap.
He just sent him back down the hill.
You're not allowed in. This is now a demolition derby. Not PUBG Mobile anymore. But Ralph can't bring that to a demolition derby. Put that away. Very silly. Galaxy, ooh, grenade, looks good. Ralph doesn't go down to it, but Victor does. And that is a really strong opening. Enigma Galaxy pushing all the way back to the south. They're allowing RCB to get back to full fighting force, but this ridgeline is still just very, very strong for them. Vibes would really struggle to push all the way up here. I don't think these 2 players make it. The question is, for me, what can RCB do? Can they find an opening? If they get Narvalo down, there may be time for them yet.
Yeah, for RCB, it's a case of trying to take some space. SnowX and Redox look to wrap around on the eastern side, and immediately there is a response from RCB. MG3 there for Loxy. Pretty deadly in these final circles. At stage 7 now with 3 teams. It's going to stay that way for a little while longer. It's going to be the circle that forces the fights between these guys. Narvalo finally pulls the pin on the first nade, but Loxy's moving.
Ooh, gets sideswiped there. Silas sweeps the leg on Narvalo. A spray out the passenger side as well to do a lot of damage over towards the Galaxy. And Silas with the challenge doesn't connect the final round. Redox hits the deck with a DBS to close. Wild has to hit the floor as well as his teammates are starting to fall. It's disparate. It's a bit desperate from RCB, but there's the backstab and it's Vibes finally rising from below the hill. They took the time to clamber on up whilst the Galaxy were preoccupied, and they could do big damage here. RCB still with 3. Spray towards Redox, but he is still on the swivel. 2 on the warpath, and finally Enigma Galaxy fall. A lot of damage done to the lobby, but it's RCB versus Vibes across the way.
And RCB look to clean this game out. 18 eliminations, but a 3rd place for Enigma Galaxy is not where they feel like they should have ended. So a 2v3 certainly possible for Vibes. It depends on what they have on board. Level 2s, a couple of grenades to work with. RCB rolling with the 3 players and happy to play up towards this high ground that sits on the northern side.
Vibes do have the more central area, but the next circle will potentially be a shift. Loxy is wary about downhill. All of this movement information is going to be passed back on over to the teammates there, but behind this tree trunk, it is going to get thinner and thinner as RCB spread out and cut across those sightlines. What a dash coming on through from the player on the low ground there, and Mazzaro keeps him safe, looking for Erangel as well behind the tree, knows this peak needs to be covered, and immediately on response, takes him low, and they are playing off one another beautifully for vibes. Weiss making that mad dash, but the nades are starting to come in. Can RCB pull this one back into control? Because they've been given the slip a little bit here. Erangel goes for the peak. Can the high ground suppress it? No, it cannot. Mazzaro was not in a position, and now it's a 1 versus 3.
Mazzaro's time looks like it's up here in this match. He moves further back towards the other side, but a great game from RCB, honestly. They've not had an easy run of it here. And for Enigma Galaxy, the run comes to the end when they can't just solve a problem by throwing 10 grenades at it. They actually have to take a fight with someone else.
Mazzaro nade does damage. Splits the team. Loxy goes low. 2 players going high. Caught Erangel over the top there. Mazzaro was caught as well. A nade over to Mazzaro. Good for 1. But behind the buggy, not going to find enough cover to take anything down there. And it is going to be the roll down coming on through. A really nice move up. Vibes nearly took it away, but RCB were able to hold their nerve from the northwest side. They took down Enigma Galaxy. And then they took down Vibes to take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think for Ralph, almost forgetting that Vibes existed was a big mistake. And losing your backstop like that actually puts you in disarray in a big way, right, John? So I think for the rest of the team of Enigma Galaxy, it was a suffering experience, I guess, towards the end of that game where, you know, they would have loved to have just continued throwing grenades at anything that moved. But again, they had this point where they suddenly were in a 3v4 and RCB completely took advantage of that and just ran them down. Still, 18 eliminations on the game is nothing to scoff at. It was a fantastic result for Enigma Galaxy. And again, something that they desperately needed coming into today because last week didn't look so hot.
No, it wasn't as spectacular as maybe you would expect. They still topped the tables on this match, though, and you'd be forgiven for thinking they did, in fact, win. But no, it is just that high on the elim points there. Enigma Galaxy 23, RCB only 6 for the chicken dinner, but it is a chicken dinner nonetheless. Heroic get 9, Vibes on a paltry 8, down towards 4th place there. And Brute Force, again, putting up 6. So keeping up at least the ground floor of their games to a nice high merit. Not the same story for Team Spirit. They got cut out quite early.
Yeah, for Team Spirit, I think that they just struggle on the rotate. Coming in from that south side, if you're slightly late, in which they were playing from farm, yeah, your life becomes pretty difficult to work with. So I think for Team Spirit, it's an excusable loss this time around, especially in week 1, day 1, week 2, day 1, where they've already had a very good performance so far.
Okay.
All Enigma Galaxy.
All
I think
right.
it's the first time we've seen that.
Snowix and Redox, very similar hairstyles, but different people. Look at that. There's most eliminations and highest damage for Snowix and Redox there. 5 eliminations for Snowix, which goes to show you, given that they got 18 eliminations, that they did a very even split and perfectly timed. Thank you very much, production. We are going to take a look at those team stats for Enigma Galaxy because they spread those elims nice and evenly. But Narvalo, what are you doing there with 0 knockouts? Come on. You're just taking everyone else's thunder.
Yeah, it's a bit sad. I mean, to be honest with you, though, it could be
the
just a case
stealing
that...
king. Let's go.
Could be just a case that, you know, he's get the final nade every time, so there is no knock to be had. There's just the elimination. You never know.
But the other players also didn't have any surplus knockouts, which means he's taking them from other teams.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, ooh, yeah, true. Well, no, because you don't knock the final play; you just instantly gets eliminated on the nade for it, right?
Not. Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, that could be playing into the stats. Also, it could be the case that other players got the knockouts, he took those elims, and then the other players also stole elims from other teams. So it's not necessarily just him. Either way, though, it's more funny to say that it is and make fun of it.
That's true. Very true. So far, it's been a pretty good day, though. So today, and we've got 2 more exciting matches coming your way soon over on Miramar, into 1 more Miramar to cap off our day on match 5 and match 6. But let's take a look at our overall, how things are shaping up so far in week 2.
Top of the tables, still, Team Spirit on 50 points. Heroic, though, knocking on the door. They want to pay a visit, come round for tea at 48. But the chicken dinner still eludes them. Not quite invited in just yet. Brute Force on 35. And again, that is the sort of team that I want to see. Consistency, and Brute Force are bringing that. If not in placements, in elims. They are finding fights and they are winning them, which is a great sign.
Yeah, I think for Brute Force, not bad gameplay so far. And I mean, in terms of like the firefights, you're right at 26 elims. It looks pretty good for this team. Zeus Esports impresses me a little bit more in 4th place that they've been able to bring up. Na'Vi returning back to the fold with 21 points, albeit that last game being a little bit disappointing again. But interesting that IWNRX is here down in 13th place with only 12 points.
That is not where you want to see them. And with Brute Force doing well, their PMGC points qualification spot is potentially up in danger. Remember that IWNRX were, what was it, like 15 points ahead, right, before of Brute Force in those PMGC qualification points that sit outside of this very specific PMSL. Those league points do add up over the year. And if Brute Force can overtake IWNRX, then IWNRX are all of a sudden going to have to qualify just like everybody else, right? And it would be fairly unfortunate if they couldn't make the cut. So you do want to keep pace up. Still 4 matches played today. Haven't seen anything special from them just yet. And perhaps a couple of weaknesses spotted as well. I think that the major one that stands out is that first erangel that we saw on the bridge, where they wanted to, where you said you wanted to see them crunch up around that bridge camp, but they bided their time a little too long and allowed other teams to do just that. Went down, didn't have the greatest of games. Can they pick up their feet and keep up pace with the top dogs? Can Brute Force exceed them and outstrip them? Can Team Spirit defend their title at the top for the first day? Well, all of that will remain to be seen after our break. We'll be back with Miramar. No more of that green and pleasant land, Erangel. We are heading to the arid and inhospitable climate of Miramar. The desert is up next for a double billing of desert. Desert? That's the right way around, isn't it? You know, they're spelt the same, but sometimes you just got to mix them up.
Yeah,
I don't think I want sand in my pudding, is what I'm trying to say.
Are they? Wow, I think I'm going crazy.
Is there an extra R in one of them, or an extra E, or an S? Or something?
There's an S, yeah. Desert is one S for desert and two S's for dessert. There you go.
I refuse
Today you
your
learned.
facts. I refuse your facts and substitute my own reality.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's reasonable. Just live in your own world. That's cool.
Yeah. I choose delusion.
Yeah, cool. But yeah, we're heading over towards the desert next. Obviously, Miramar, two of our biggest map here in the PMSL EMEA. But also the biggest sale going on right now is PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024 tickets. You can grab them early at a limited 40% early bird discount by scanning the QR code on the screen right now. Do it now. Immediately.
That's in London. That's in London. You got to get there. Because otherwise, that'll be you not going to London to see the best teams in the world for PMGC, which would be incredibly exciting. To be fair, I'm making it sound like it's a joke. It's absolutely not. It will be a fantastic event in the XL Centre in London. Obviously, my hometown, so I'm not even going to have to get a plane if I want to go. It would be really nice to not have to go through airport security every single time to go there and back, you know, not have to get a visa sorted and all of that. Everything just so much more streamlined for me. But I'm sure you guys can get there as well. It's very nice and easy to get to as well. So get to London at the end of the year and you can see at least 6 of these teams competing over at PMGC. We will be qualifying 6 of them to the PMGC from the top 6 spots in the finals, but we've got to get to the finals first. And in order to do that, you've got to earn those points. And the way you go do that, head into Miramar, baby.
Starting from Via de Mar, heading up towards Torre Armada. Again, a plane path that goes from south to north. Kind of nice. Allows you to split the drops a lot more evenly than you would have to on a horizontal plane path. Everyone will be getting out early towards their spots. Virtus Pro have a bit of a trek to make over towards Porto Paraíso early on, but shouldn't be too much of a problem. Team Spirit heading out towards Chumacero, where they have suffered in the past. They're not unable to get themselves out of an awkward chokehold in this spot. Even over towards La Diera, which was a fairly simple rotation for them. They weren't quite able to make it. I think that was because towards the end of the week when we saw those circles, they were lacking that confidence, which led directly into the speed at which they were rotating.
Plane path northwest side. Take a look at how that will affect the speed of these teams. Very quickly down for Virtus Pro. Are we going to see a hot drop for the first time in week 2 on Miramar? We've seen hot drops already. They're going to be hot over here. Galaxy, Brute Force, both looking to move at the same speed, and overall Pozzo could be some conflict on the north side there. The circle goes down towards Montenuevo on that southwest edge. Roic are going to be happy about that, but yeah, Enel Pozzo could be some danger. You can see shots already breaking out between Brute Force and Enigma Galaxy. Maybe more trouble is afoot, but for now, perhaps they've managed to extricate themselves. No one going down just yet, just in danger.
Well, Brute Force and Enigma Galaxy coming off quite a good game for themselves. And RCB and Falcons are not duking out in Picardo anymore. RCB actually opted to head up towards Hacienda, on towards that northeast side, which makes the life of both teams far easier here.
I like this, right? This is the first time, I think, in a while we've seen one of these split area drops in Miramar, where 2 teams drop in the same settlement and decide, you know what, it's just not good. Like you said, it's not good for either of them. And take backward step. There we go. I was trying to say stepwards back for a while there. It didn't come out, but a backward step and take a breath, relax a little bit, because they realize, you know what, there's actually enough loot for both of us. There's vehicles that we can both grab. Get out of here, because we are in a priority rotational spot now.
I think for RCB, it works out quite nicely. I think the difficulty is going to be the fact that this is a change in drop spot that a few teams haven't seen before. So they won't have readjusted some of the rotations around it. So RCB might find themselves in a few more firefights than maybe they're expecting. But I think that in the long run, this is better for everyone. And people will watch this one back at the end of the day, because it's probably the only thing that is likely to have changed all that much. Navi up towards La Cobreria. We'll have to move down on the western rotate, though Brute Force usually tries to gatekeep Navi quite hard here on Miramar. IWNRX though, look at this, guys. 13th place. Not exactly where I think any of us saw IWNRX starting out here in week 1. I thought they'd go from strength to strength, but haven't quite found their footing since getting obliterated over on Erangel earlier.
Has been not the strongest of starts, it's safe to say, coming into this tournament. I think we both had them in our top 3 overall in this tournament. For IWNRX, though, this is a fall from grace. They performed incredibly strongly in the spring season and did decently to convert on that on the international stage. I mean, this was a team that you expect to do more. So it is unfortunate to see their week starting out like this. But their first week was pretty strong. They came in 4th place, 180 points. So they have far from disappointed us in the same way that I think it's safe to say Team Spirit did in week 1. They have already put up 50 points, which means they are only 32 points behind what they were able to get in week 1, just in the first 4 matches alone. So Team Spirit have definitely changed their tune. It seems like they've stolen some of the mojo from IWNRX.
Again, even just what we're seeing on the map right now, which you guys can't quite see at the moment, but Team Spirit have already made a really quick rotation for themselves. And I think that most of the tournaments where we see Team Spirit really take an aggressive and a strong stand in their games are the ones where they just take these fast approaches in their initial rotate, because a lot of times it is just that initial rotate that comes through too slow, and then that really drops a big old backlog on the rest of their game, where constantly it's making each next rotation so much harder because their first initial one just isn't quick enough. But I do feel like they've got a read on the lobby now.
It's interesting, though, because at what point do you say they do not adapt fast enough? Because even if you adapt and end up becoming the strongest team in the lobby, if it takes you 5 days to do it, given that for a lot of the international tournaments you're playing maybe a 2-week set or a 4-day set, 3-day set, something like that, you really can't afford that sort of a drop-off, right? And obviously in the PMSL, it's a little bit easier because a lot of the points are wiped away towards the end for the finals. But if you're talking about you're playing six days over 2 weeks or something like that, all of a sudden you're down so many points because you've taken so long to adapt. So I think that even if Team Spirit end up doing well this week, I think the week 1 will still be a shadow on their scoreboard, even if they end up even winning the whole thing. So it will be interesting to see how they can adapt to that, and if they'll be able to adapt to that fast enough when they move forwards to the next stage, if they can get to PMGC.
Yeah, to be honest with you though, I would much rather they sucked on week 1 and then did really well in finals than we had a repeat of what happened from last season in spring, where they did so well in the league stage, looked really good, and then really quite got ruined in the finals. They only just got themselves into 5th place, which allowed them to get into the survival stage for EWC, and that matters most, right? It's your finals performance. So again, at the end of it, although the league ranking points are important in terms of giving yourself a buffer, realistically is more about just getting to the finals. So yeah. Again, it was only week 1. We've seen 4 matches from them. It could be a flash in the pan. We'll have to wait and see.
Could the same be said of Navi's start to week 1 as well? Because they are now on 9th place with 21 points on the 4 matches they've had. Which is a 5.25 average, for anyone wondering. We'll see if they can add more to their tally here, because their day 1 has not matched up to their day 1 from last week. Circle shrinks, gets Monte Nuevo in, moves away from those hills to the west of Chumacero, which have so frequently been a feature over and around La Terriera. We're going back up towards the gap between Monte Nuevo and Picado, and around that sort of hillside. There's a really strong compound that I think S2G are currently sat in that will overlook a lot of the roads down to the south. A lot of those teams are going to have to fend off against that. There's compounds around the roadsides as well, and of course Monte Nuevo itself.
Was the nade over the top from Zeus on Aaron. Good lob on it as well. Actually takes down Kine, which I did not expect. Hell of a throw.
Across the other side of the road, it's quite a sneaky little nade to chuck on over. But yeah, no one's in a position at all to get this revive. But Aaron doesn't want to give any chances. Puts another one high up in the air. Don't know if that tagged on, actually, but either way, no one's moving to get this res.
Frozen. Good idea of where Rita is. Re-pulls the pin. Don't think he heard that. He's a little bit short, but gets his attention at least as he slowly turns around.
Aaron is really doggedly pursuing this flush now. Going for the spray, but it may be to his detriment. He could have just allowed this one to bleed out. I don't think he needed to commit to this. He was worried potentially that a teammate was rolling over, but now Zedwolf can move in. They should look for the flush over towards Rita. In fact, they've already managed to find that. And now Aaron's the one who's isolated for Zeus. He's on his own as well.
Yeah, this is very painful. There's a lot of angles around him too. Brute Force have been taking shots over towards Na'Vi. Like I was saying earlier, this is a team that knows Na'Vi's rotates coming in from the Cabrera very intimately because they have to play close to them each time. They cause big problems for them. They try and send towards the east side, but are faced off with footballist Chaos. Luckily for them, Lemon's got a mean shotgun on him.
That was the slowest roll-up I've seen in my life, Blank. They went at about 1 mile an hour and just drifted into his crosshairs. I mean, fair credit to Lemon to be able to land that shot, but it just felt like they didn't quite realize what they'd stumbled on. And Lemon leaves them with a sour taste in their mouth to be getting on with. Foot Chaos out of the match. Into the next Miramar they go. 15 teams still yet to join them.
Enigma Galaxy down towards the southwest side. Just edging their way into Monte Nuevo with Team Spirit on their right. Playing in their warehouses. Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, it feels good on that last game. Although they didn't get chicken dinner, it's a big old feat to get 18 eliminations, and you'll feel really good about that. The circle moves over towards the east. Actually takes out a lot of Monte Nuevo here. Splits the circle down the middle between this road.
Not too terrifying a prospect, but I think it's an interesting dynamic from this circle. Freezer, north side. The outpost for Brute Force, currently in the circle. Neo's taking shots as well from behind this train. And we'll be able to find some knocks and flushes over towards Vibes, who lose, I think, just the one there. Yeah, they still got 3 players going. As they crawl their way forwards over these dunes.
Mozero dropping a smoke underneath the vehicle. Hide this one out for the time being. I mean, they're really not that far into the circle either and being hunted down by Brute Force. And if Brute Force can take out down a few of them, You have a nice opening into the circle because you've created a lot of space over towards this northwest side. Na'Vi flipped back actually, John, and moved in on that northwest.
Oh, okay. Trying to head back in and maybe take the back of brute force there. Team Spirit holding a lot of space on the southwest side. You've got Nomi up on some high ground above Power's compound and above Virtus Pro as well. Could potentially force something to happen there. Prepod finds Lemon. And this time around, sweet victory for brute force on that engagement. Sits him down. Flip and Axa. Just going to give this one up. Don't really want to over-engage here. The flip back did not work out.
Na'Vi down to 2, and brute forces really putting the pain over towards Na'Vi. Simply cannot get in. Freeze on is lonesome as well off in the distance towards the east side. Is that replay from Lemon. Good predictions all around to get Akasa back up and potentially have another chance at this game, but I don't think it's meant to be for Na'Vi today. They lose yet again another player in Akasa. Just Flip remaining now as he finally fights his way into the zone.
There's finally been a regroup as well for Team Spirit, who now pull all 4 of their players back to the compound that sits on the northwest side. They know that at this stage, it is going to start to get overcrowded, and you cannot leave solo outposts in the way that you have been for a while now. But moving Nomi off that hill does allow Power a little bit more freedom on the south side. The circle pops, it goes out east. So Team Spirit will have to move. There are those free compounds down by the road, but they will be overlooked by the position that S2G hold, by Power, and also with angles from Fireflux out to the southeast side.
Heroic. Show them on screen for a second. There's a team that started in Monte Nuevo and has still been trying to figure out how they want to rotate back in, but they hear shots over towards the south and then north, so it does become a little bit more difficult. And again, brute force is just taking names for themselves. Good clearing of angles and players, and they get themselves over towards a semi-decent position on this north side. And with the hillside, this does actually cut off a lot of the angles they might have to play, and Prepod can occasionally look up and down. In comes Flip, a 1v4. Don't know if it's possible.
Molotov goes short, doesn't quite catch his toes. A lot of damage done to Kevin. Jafar on the outside will spot this rotate. Flip, though, under pressure. There's a player outside. First pump action doesn't hit fully, but the second seals the deal. Job done. Na'Vi down and out. RCB challenge over to S2G. S2G have descended from their high ground. They want to take this gas station away. And RCB are low. Hamzy, I think if he knew what was going on inside there, he may just peek. But instead, he's allowing this res to go through. Putting the Molotov in, waiting for backup. But he's going to be down in the dirt before he gets his weapon back out. And that is beautiful from Loxy. Needs to get the reload, though, before he can take the next fight. Gets it done. Cocks the gun back. And Marceau now up to bat. A bit too slow on the approach there from Hamzy. Bites the dust for it. Unfortunate, because RCB are now back to full force.
Yeah, annoyingly, Izzo gets burnt out by the Molotov, but it's a good job for Loxy, honestly. He moves out, sees players just used utility and pulled out another one, so he's fully exposed to a nade there. Marceau on the outside, hiding behind the crate. Explosion on the vehicle. Silas has another nade to work with. Desperate to find damage over towards Marceau here.
Bounces off the side of the window there, but Marceau's evading. Moving into cover, moving around it as well. Everybody else has third-party angles on this, so he does need to be careful. A sneaky shot through a window, a sneaky peek from the top of a ridgeline, and Marceau's dust, but Silas has the nade. This might be good. There's a vehicle to bank it off of. He can really put it right into that gap. Bounces it perfectly. Explodes right next to his ear. Sends him ringing, but immediately there's Kelsey with the refrag. Silas tries to hop out to get that flush. Not today. Kelsey, standing watch, guardian over his teammate.
I think the amount of bullets that was just singing through the windows, that felt like a bad idea. Exo, though, comes up towards Heroic, who just finished an engagement between them and Nick McGalaxy. They won out on top of it, but Heroic just finds themselves in one fight too many. Over towards the south side as Guild pulls ahead there. but they just inherit the difficult rotation towards the northeast.
They do have high ground out to their east side over Power's compound, right? They have got that small ridge that has a downhill view. It's not major, but it could be something to work with, and they're going to need all that they can find with this position. Team Spirit, they're in a compound with, I think, just one player from Falcons, who is still just holding it out against all 4 of Team Spirit. Yeah, it's just Spark here. Oh no, are they going to get caught third party again? Kitsune is just a sitter for them right now. They haven't checked. I think they're completely unaware of this. Kitsune down, and Spark yet to make his move.
And the best part about this for Spark is you can tell them exactly when they're peaking. And he's rather going to just be able to help pretend like Falcons have wall hacks on the other side of the map. He's like, how does he know when I'm going to peak? You got a lad right there. There's a spy in the building, in the midst.
It's pronounced Ladriera, not lad right there. That's a terrible joke. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I didn't get it anyway.
It's okay. It wasn't for anyone else but me. I enjoyed it, but
that's fine.
It just didn't go well. I think he's going to get 2. I think he's going to get 2 from Team Spirit there, and they're going to be kicking themselves that they didn't clear this compound, because they are moving now. Brute Force are taking shots towards Nomi. This is a crash from Team Spirit. We're waiting for those shots. Spark gets spotted. Spark down to Brute Force.
I don't know how they saw him. I don't know how the shots whizzed past Team Spirit. RCB gets taken out, and Team Spirit actually find themselves a foothold. An incredible rotation in the vehicles, which I don't know how it doesn't go more poorly. S2G, though, finds Nomi on the backside. The question is whether he gets flushed or not.
They are still eating lead. Power, in the meantime, trying to handle Guild, and it's going okay for a while. EXO, though, still with a fight left in him. Al-Haji sprays through the window, but it's not good, and he will step in. EXO takes 1. Power, wind out their sails now. Flushes away. Now, EXO still in a 1 versus at least 3. There's just 2 up into the wall. Easy and Fidan. Nade in hand for Fidan. He's cleaning up the remnants. Easy finds 1 on the stairwell. DBS is there. Nade looking to bounce it. Drops down. EXO turns it around on them. He's on the outside, and Easy gets caught in the crossfire. Fidan now the last to stand, and Guild may be able to completely dispatch Power, but there's an off angle. Third party from Virtus Pro. Fidan spraying the door frame, but there's healing going on. EXO slams the door shut. It's open again, flung wide, and Fidan sends a volley back on out, but the damage is done. Power are down to 2.
Yeah, crippling blow over towards Power. I will say one thing, though. In the middle of all that, the second 2 players, they were over towards where Spark was, did make it across. Despite, I think it was about 6 guns all looking their way. Somehow all 4 of them make it into this building. And for Team Spirit, you know what? I'm incredibly proud of them for that push. Although they did just lose 2 on Nox, I am still very proud of them for that push, because it's a push they would not have gone for last week. And it's important to take these gambles, to take these risks, because too many times they were just floundering in the middle of these games. They just need to weather it until Brute Force and S2G are forced out of position, which they are now.
They'll need to focus on each other a little bit more than Team Spirit, as they keep those reses turning over, ticking through. RCB Central now with their junction compound, looking pretty happy. Power, the duo that remains after EXO had his way, will trudge on, but Virtus Pro with the downhill shots will make it hard.
There is a world here where Team Spirit could crash over towards RCB, but again, there's so many sightlines that it likely won't happen until Zone 7. In the meantime, at the moment, Team Spirit's more about finding pickoffs on the sidelines. Falcons, they take a trade over towards Brute Force as Pre-Pod hits the deck.
Fidan trying to get away from Bishke will find ridgeline after ridgeline to keep him safe a little bit. dumps the buggy, sends it packing. Nade already being cooked. Bishke won't have heard this. There's off angles as well. Nade in. Molotov doesn't quite connect. Doesn't go onto the inside there, and already he's low. Bishke right on the edge of the fire. He's toying with it, but there's a nade being cooked. There's the spray. Gonna come on through from his teammate. It is easy to take down Bishke, keeping him safe for a little moment longer, but there's the beautiful answer. The kneel, the sit, the commit to the spray, and Vidar goes down. Easy now, last to be handled, and Malloy once more, but he's not going to find it. More than he can chew, and Easy's not an easy bite. Icy will not be able to take the contest, but Koa will be able to find it. Spraying him down, and that is them out. Brute Force making the mad dash from the tailtops. Team Spirit will keep them at bay as well. This shack, their sanctuary, their respite from the rest of the lobby, and Brute Force are dispatched. That is a huge thorn out of their side.
Yeah, I still don't know how that they made it to this shack and it's kept them alive for so long. This was a really nice couple of shots coming through from Calci earlier on that ended up with 2 knocks over towards Team Spirit. But they couldn't finish them because they have this small ridge side to play around. And I do wonder, with that ridge side, did any of their vehicles survive? If they want to make that crash over towards RCB, because that compound is now looking like the strongest. And if they get rid of it, Calci goes down, his position's removed, there isn't an off angle to take shots over towards them.
Frozen. Ooh, good nade. Great nade from Scarface. Picks up the flush as well. Fireflux. I mean, we spoke a lot about how IWNRX hadn't been really living up to the mark. Fireflux as well. So far today, they've been quiet. Only 10 points that they've earned, but they've got 3 already on this map. They're in late. Virtus Pro going down these tiered ridges. As we have 7 teams still remaining. I mean, we've got 2 solos, right? S2G and IWNRX, both on the northeast side. And RCB, the keystone position. 2 players. Not easy to hold, but difficult for everybody else to crash as well.
Might be time to make that crash over towards RCB. RCB with 2 players, it's not the greatest of defense they have, and the nades would have to be sublime. They're not protecting the west building though, and that might be the in for Team Spirit. One vehicle I can see is still available for Team Spirit, as they just jumped into one. How badly is it damaged though? And Falcons are keeping a watchful eye over towards their location.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You go for that, immediately someone's going to third party you. If you're going for that fight against RCB, someone else sends in. But then who is that? I mean, it's such a difficult position to go for. Because anybody who sees it is just going to spray you down or try and third party you. Oh.
It's how quickly can you finish the fight? Because again, like I said, the western side of the building is not held by RCB. So it wouldn't be an immediate response from RCB here.
I mean, they hold the entirety of the inside. It's that rooftop that...
Yeah.
Well, the forecourt that is sort of exposed, right? So sure, you can get into the forecourt, but you're still prone to that side swipe from Falcons.
You can play on the back side of it. If S2G and IWNRX go down, and there is potential to crash from that direction, that might be the best option for Team Spirit here.
But you've got to get them down first. And Team Spirit now, I think this is the right play for Team Spirit. Extend your line of fire. Perfect to go across the roadside. You can play the road ridge just a little bit better here in this scenario, I think. They have got a little bit of an opportunity to make that work for them. And now they've gotten rid of S2G. This, I think, may be the better strategy. You don't need to go for the crash. If you extend this line of fire, you can play on this long, low ground ridge line, this fading, rolling hill that slopes away from the rest of the lobby, because everybody now is on the low ground as well.
Just a question where Zone 8 takes us. It is further over towards the south side of the map, so I think at some point Team Spirit does have to crash the compound. Don't really have too much choice in the matter anymore.
It is looking a bit inevitable now, but they're in nade range at this point.
Yeah, and they're on the backside, so they do limit a lot of the sightlines coming through from Fireflux, Virtus Pro. the remainder of Falcons. Nomi's already knocked one from Falcons, so it should be easy enough push. Immediately backs up.
Throwing a Molotov at a gas station. What, are you mental? Nomi. Come on. That's the first rule of going to a gas or a petrol station for my English friends. Never light a fire at a gas station.
Just the one nade available for Loxy. That one's through. So at least cleared the right-hand side.
Ooh,
that is an unreal molly from Nomi.
Loxy gets connected on, and Nomi now follows up with a nade. So does the backline. 3 nades. 1, 2, 3, but none going to find their mark. Silas wanting to answer with nades of his own, but they just pour back in through the windows threefold, and immediately there's the flush. Nades going over to Virtus Pro in the meantime from Fireflux as well on the far side, but Silas dashes. They know where he is now fully. They line him up for the challenge. They step out. They're trading aggression, and that is perfectly timed. Kitsune goes down, sure, but Fireflux are going to take this opportunity to move as well. They know the compound needs to be sealed. They've got just few seconds, preciously so. They'll be able to move on up, and Fireflux take advantage perfectly. Look at the timing on that. They force Virtus Pro away. They get up to this next ridge without threat from the gas station.
Good shots over towards Lux, though. That'll slow them down massively. And stage 9 starting to push in. That is the big deal here. It's going to force all the teams towards Team Spirit. Fortunately, they're not direct center. The road is, which is absolutely horrific for a lot of squads.
Ragnar, one of the last two, along with Hope from Falcons. As Fireflux moving more metal between them and Team Spirit's position. Malloy behind the tree now with just Ragnar running, no weapon in hand. Mad dash towards his demise. And now it's up to Virtus Pro to look for these nades. They're breaking out. Nomi's getting aggressive. Fireflux have already taken so much damage. That looks good. It's under the 4 of them. They're all going down. No, it's just the re-knock there. Solus evades, but that one surely no. Solus again survives. Can they find the final shot? Because he's going to line them up. If they don't, there's nades pouring still back towards him, and they still have not found it. Finally shut down as Nomi pins him to the deck, and Team Spirit are on track for a 3rd chicken dinner today. We thought that maybe they had the win taken out of them by that last match, but no, they rampage back into Miramar, but it's not done just yet. Still 2 players left alive on Virtus Pro. There's a nade. That looks like it's going to split the difference, though. Not connect onto effect, and Malloy and Icy stand in the way of Team Spirit and their 3rd chicken dinner.
Realistically, just need to wait this out. If Virtus Pro had more players, they'd already made the moves. The Team Spirit knows that they're lacking on squad mates. And I mean, for Fireflux, the fact that they were able to get 3 quick knocks in succession was sort of unbelievable. Was that a pan or a knife that just got thrown?
I think it was.
More mollies go through over towards that side, and here comes the big old push.
They're all stacked up. Alloy goes down. Doesn't connect with the nade. They stand out wide, and Team Spirit move as 4, move as 1 towards the chicken dinner. Look both ways before you cross the road, because Team Spirit, they're coming trucking.
I think it's a 9 elimination game there for Nomi as well, which is sort of wild to say the least. Yeah, really, really good game from all the boys there on Team Spirit. Again, they played it like clockwork as well. I mean, towards the end there, what I was talking about was intensive, getting rid of the 2 solos towards the backside and then isolating a lot of the players coming down off the ridge. Very, very smartly played from Team Spirit to pull that one off. And, you know, again, very diligent in the way they cleared out that compound versus Silas, and not afraid to go for the full 3-man push on the solo at the end of the corridor, which was the right play, rather than delaying it and allowing him potentially to get a big chunky 3-man nade in a closed space. So very, very well played to Team Spirit. And this was the most incredible part of the game for them, was just the fact that they were able to get all 4 players across and retain a lot of utility in the process.
It was really impressive stuff for them to be able to make it all the way out there. And that masterful move along the roadside, I mean, you said it right, you needed to go round to the back to play on that north edge, but using the road to do that after you get rid of those solos was, again, a brilliant choice. And Team Spirit are back, baby. They are so back. It is time to call it. I'm ready to jump on the hype train once more because this has been a great day for them so far. They've still got one more match to play as well. 24 points to add to their tally, and they have nearly matched their score from week 1 in the first day.
Yeah, it's very, very good and great to see from Team Spirit. And again, a lot of the moves, it's so weird because Team Spirit is a team that is so heavily influenced by how they feel about the tournament so far. And again, it's moves that they could be making, but they just don't because they don't have the confidence to do it. And look at this, Nomi. 1200 damage to him with 8 eliminations. You just don't see that from many players, man. And it's this potential that they have in them that they don't always reach, but when they do, they are a fearsome squad to go up against. So 3 chicken dinners in the first day is absolutely nuts.
It has been so far incredible, and they could be on for 4 as well. There is still another Miramar. I know that's a bit far-fetched, but still, there's that opportunity, right? 2.4 thousand damage. A lot of that was by Nomi, to be fair. 1997, 2 years after I was born. Damage for brute force. And 7 eliminations as well. So they are still there and being consistent, Blank. That's what I've praised them for previously, and that's what I will continue to praise them for moving forwards if they can keep it up, because that is great to see what they've been able to accomplish so far, sort of flying mildly under the radar, but they're always there, that ever-present danger, and Team Spirit do need to keep their wits about them to fend them off. We'll see if they can do so in the last match of the day after the break.
For the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
Team Spirit on a resurgence path today. They have laid the groundwork for a record breaker so far. 3 chicken dinners found already. 2 on Erangel, 1 on Miramar. They managed to get 10 points outside of those 3 matches, all in that first match. The only one that we don't talk about is match number 4, but this is a great result for the boys on Team Spirit. They have been needing it sorely to come back into this one as strong as they have, with as much enthusiasm as they've got, is incredible. Let's take a look at the overalls. Team Spirit up on 74 points. Week 1, they were only able to accrue 82. 8 more points this match, and they meet that in just 1 day. Not only that, but they've already got more chicken dinners than they did last week, and they also have got more placement points than last week already. So it is just those elims that they need to rack up to take over their entire record in just the 1 day. It would be monumental if they can manage that. We'll see if they have it in the wheelhouse. Down on the second page, though, blank, Na'Vi, Fireflux, and IWNRX.
Yeah, I mean, for these teams, it's not been the greatest day 1, but I'm sure they'll bounce back towards the next couple of days in this week. I do think for Team Spirit, though, I think the funny thing for me is that, 30 more points and they go halves on what, honestly, Fireflux was able to put up from last week in 2nd place in 1 day. And they certainly have unleashed the beast today with Monster Energy, which you can find out more about over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
See a little moment of self-reflection. Oh, that looks like a nosebleed from one of the Na'Vi players.
They had a bad time.
Yeah, that's a bad time. That's what happens when you try and bridge camp for too long.
Yeah. The brain frazzles.
Yeah, it just drips out your nose, and that's not good for the health. In fact, it's bad for the health.
Incredibly bad, some might say. Yeah, we're just waiting to get into our final match of the day here. With all the players, you can have an impact on the future of our PMSLs here. If you fill out the survey that currently should be popping up in the chat wherever you are watching this stream. Thank you so much for joining us, obviously, as well. I do want to hear what you have to say.
Give us your opinions about anything. What did you have for tea? What's your favorite flavor of Monster? What's your favorite team? Why do you think the Na'Vi aren't doing as well as last week? Who's helping Team Spirit? Why have they been able to find such a strong performance? All of these questions that you could tell us about in the survey. And you could also tell us what you think about the Infinix GT20 Pro, which features a dual chipset and a 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance here at the PMSL EMEA, the official smartphone of the tournament. They just biding their time getting into this next lobby. They're chilling out. They're taking a breather. They're taking a moment for themselves.
Yeah, we are gearing up, I promise. But we do take a little bit of time here just before we head into the match. So players to get sorted, get into the lobby, get ready to go. Whilst we set that lobby up, the earphones are going in.
Might just be a little isolating feeling. I don't think the sunglasses are working. I'll be honest. It's not performing.
No,
not right now anyway.
It's not going all that hotly in the games. Or put it that way.
Little photo up there for some of the Falcons. Good to see. Keep your spirits high.
No,
what are you doing? We're trying to get into game and you're taking selfies? You're taking photos? Do you know where we are on the tables?
Exactly. That's how S2G feels right now.
How do you feel about the sleeves? How do you feel about the sleeves there?
I wish they went all the way up his arm. He looks a bit more like a raver right now.
Yeah, he's ready to throw some neon shapes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, power to him for if he wants to do that. Yeah. Probably not the vibe he's going for, though.
No, not right now.
As long as they're proper compression sleeves, probably helping him out.
Yeah, that's what you hope for. Just waiting. Everybody just hanging out. IWNRX, like, where's the lobby? We don't know. That's what they're saying. That's what he's saying to the camera.
To
Also,
finish
where
his
are our points? We're
final
supposed to
game.
have loads. We're supposed to have loads by now.
Oh, angry faces. Displeased.
Oh, missed his ear. Go on, Koa.
To be fair, it's
There
better
you go.
than last season when he tripped over the chair. sorry to bring that up.
You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, I think I'd take missing my ear to falling on the floor every day of the week.
Every day of the week. It's quite special. Every day of the week. To be able to do that every day of the week, you know.
Yeah, but if I had to fall 7 days a week as opposed to not putting my headphones in the right way once.
You could probably make it look quite convincing if you're doing it every day of the week, you know. You could really start to have fun with it, I think.
What, falling?
Yeah, you could get a bit dramatic with it.
Oh no, I'm saying that this would be forced by the hands of fate. I couldn't help it. At some point, I would fall that day, or at some point,
I see.
would
Not on purpose.
I would miss the headphone placement.
I feel like though you can get better at like falling and making and like styling it out than you could with like missing with an earphone. I don't think there's any way to style out missing with an earphone, but like you could style out falling a bit.
You don't hurt yourself missing the
But
earphone.
everybody falls over, right? At some point, like, you know, everybody does it. As much as maybe you don't want to.
I'm confused. You're saying you'd like to fall over every day?
I'm saying I think that you could get to a point where falling over becomes more.
But John, this is a choice. You don't have to fall over every day. You can do the other thing.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think I would rather fall over every day than miss with an earphone every day. Mostly because I never wear in-ears.
Okay.
That's also
Isn't
a
that
factor
even
here.
better for you?
But no, because if I have to do it, on the day, that means I have to be trying to wear in-ears. So there's a scenario with which I have to be wearing in-ears. Also, probably the only scenario would be like on a plane, and then that's really awkward because you're sat next to the person who's seen you miss your ear for the whole flight.
Right. So we'll be seeing
I can
you
just
just
tuck and roll.
covered in bruises.
I can tuck and roll, man. You know, that's what I'm saying. I'm doing my tuck and roll exercise.
You don't know what's going to happen. Could happen on the stairs.
I'm dodge rolling.
You dodge roll down the stairs.
Yeah, I'm a dodge roll down the stairs like it's Dark Souls.
Right. Okay. I understand. This seems very ill-advised, but if you're committed to it, I'm
gonna get the buff that does
do
damage as you dodge roll, and I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna just dodge roll into everything.
Okay.
Damage.
You
That's the
somehow mistaken dodge rolling for falling.
Well, if you're gonna fall, like you could fall and then dodge roll the damage just before you hit the ground.
Okay. I understand.
Yeah.
I see where you're trying to go with this.
Either way, neither illustrious, and both something that Koa has done.
Yeah. He's had to do both.
Maybe we should ask him.
I would ask
Maybe
him,
that's what-
and I'm pretty sure he wouldn't say falling over.
Yeah, okay. Well, he just needs to get better at falling. What can I say?
Okay. Understood. I'll let him know.
Yeah, skill issue.
It looks like all the players are in the lobby. Do apologize for the wait. I think I'm actually not sure what we were waiting for, but we tried to get underway as soon as possible. We've tried. Pick up that phone, young man, right now.
Come on. No more marshmallows up the nose. Come on, that's not how you eat them. Get into the game. Fingers on screens, fingers on screens. And thumbs.
These guys get it.
Yeah, they know what's up. Be like Zeus.
Be more like Zeus, the Greek god of thunder.
Yeah, not the team. Just, yeah, specifically Zeus, the father of the pantheon of Greek gods.
in old El Casa Olympus.
That's Spanish,
That's right. Casa.
isn't it? Isn't
I
it
don't know.
domo in Italian? I know dom is domum in Latin. No, wait, that's Latin, isn't it? Yeah, what's it in Greek?
Don't know.
Hmm.
I couldn't tell you.
idea. Yeah.
I could not
Maybe.
tell you.
Yeah, home
It's
in
a
Greek.
long lobby wait time.
Yeah, what's going on? We've talked about
It's like usually just a 70.
nonsense for
Please
like
no rehost.
5 minutes.
Please no rehost. If you rehost
no.
this, I'm gonna go fall over.
I'm gonna go miss my ears with earphones. That's what I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna fall over and
protest.
I won't be coming back.
I will permanently be falling over from now on in protest. Goodness me. All right, we're going to go to a short break whilst we get this lobby guaranteed to be locked and loaded. The players need to get on in. We'll see you in a few.
You color my eyes, I'm not the enemy. You see my disguise, you tell me I am clean. You save my soul, I'm on my knees, I wanna wash it all away. If I walk on the line, oh, will you wait for me? They'll wonder why I fly high and how I have learned to begin again, feeling light. When I'm cold, they'll know my name, they'll know my name. Time is on my side, I won't be remembered in this life as a criminal, a criminal, a criminal. I've learned to stand tall and look the other way. Make my mistakes right, I'm not afraid of change. No, I'm not alone, not casting stones. I wanna feel the wind blowing, not here to survive. I wanna play to win. They'll wonder why I fly high and how I learned to for the old me. Trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me. Trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but I think we've got a lobby for the final match of the day. For day one, after a streak as hot as hellfire from Team Spirit, they have been on 3 chicken dinners so far today, wanting to put up a fourth, 74 points on the day, a miraculous return to form. Now, have they loaded into the lobby, or have we been baited once again? Only time will tell, but I can see a lobby. I can see the ability to run around in the eyes of these players, and that is good news.
It is good news. Everyone looks fairly happy. No one's calling the referee over. Seems promising so far.
Uh-oh. That's trouble.
Don't be doing that, Redux.
Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. What is going on? Did he just hit us with the Morty lips?
Yeah,
What's going on?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Oh my lord.
I have no idea. He can't talk. He's mewing.
Yeah, he is. Even going for the smouldering eyebrow look as well. It didn't look as impressive with the earphones wrapped around his chin.
Yeah. Like,
I think that detracted from the look.
it's like the British guards in London. If you wanted to come to PMWC, that you could go and see guarding various royal residences and buildings in London. On the bottom of those chin straps on the fuzzy hats that they've got, they have this strap that like goes over their chin, and it kind of takes away from the whole thing. I think it looks a bit silly personally, but you know what? If they're going to put their chin straps there, they can put their headphone microphones there. And I said I didn't want to get people's hopes up, and I didn't. Not for the wrong reasons anyway, because we are heading into a game blank. There's a plane on the screen. We're going from Impala over to La Cobraria, and this time around, it is for the last time today, the day one.
Can't believe it, John. We're in a game.
Unbelievable.
Last game of the day. VP dropping out nice and early over towards Puerto Paraíso. A very early drop for them. Get looted early, can start to move. It was the one thing that kind of made them suffer last game, where they weren't able to get towards that circle quite as quickly as they would have liked. You got Brute Force heading all the way up towards that western side of the map, so we'll probably be dropping out a little bit later here. But most teams should be okay with this one. There's not a huge amount of squads that drop down towards La Triera as well as Chumacera other than Team Spirit. Most teams scattering themselves across San Martin to Montenuevo.
Looking out for any hot drops that could spell trouble early on in the match. Koa, by heroic, is quite close to them. I don't think that's going to result in anything other than just a separation up north and down south of Virtus Pro. Fireflux on a wide spread around Minas Generalis. We're going down southwest with the circle. Team Spirit, they have dropped on the north side of Los Leones. This is interesting. Potentially just grabbing some vehicles and getting on their way. I imagine that's what they're looking for. But Ketch is close by, and if they catch Ketch, then that could be a point added to their tally. And remember, they are only 8 points behind their week 1 score right now. So they could be 7 points behind if they spot it. But I think they're just more preoccupied with this circle, getting to Chumacera. No point getting freaky with it when you know you can play a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, getting down towards Chumacera is probably the goal here, knowing that no one else drops there either. This is an easy pickup for them. quite literally driving alongside in the pickup too towards their location. Picking up Matic along the way, who did not find himself any vehicle, but went out to check anyway.
Team Spirit. Nomi and Matic having a discussion in the back, talking about, would you rather fall or drop your earbuds? And Kitsune's like, you're both stupid. You're both being ridiculous. That's what he's saying. IGL Kitsune, bringing it back in order. Heading down southwest, pre-pod, slams the tyres onto the other vehicle, trades it out, says that one looks nicer, better paint job, no nicks to the finish, and then puts a tyre dent in the bonnet. Very sad, but takes the vehicle anyway.
Yeah, a bit of a power play from him. From that Murado, a bit mean to it, but, you know, gets himself a vehicle and moves on. The rest of the teams, though, they really get quite a lot actually heading over towards the northeast side of the map, so there is quite a few teams still to break down towards the southwest, which means that around about Graveyard, Minas Morales, as well as Hacienda del Patron could get a little bit stacked towards the mid game. In which case, some of those rotations could be a little bit more difficult. See how that pans out for Team Spirit, though, because they're in Chumacera. And along that path on that side of the circle, there's really only Brute Force and Enigma Galaxy who are further in than them. It's a great start for them. And the big difference between Enigma Galaxy and Brute Force is that Team Spirit directly central.
Which is, of course, good news. I mean, you said, and you highlighted it in the last match, right? The games that Team Spirit are doing well is when they take an aggressive, central rotate. And that's kind of not quite the same as what a lot of the other teams are doing in this lobby, because Team Spirit's rotation in that last match was definitely pointed rather than just, oh, we want to go to the middle. It was, oh, we're going to the middle and we're going to expand and take control for a lot of this circle. They regroup after that and then make their miraculous dash across. But for a lot of that last circle, they were in the middle for a reason rather than just because it was the middle.
Yeah.
And so hopefully they're going to be able to replicate that in this match here with the central position that they've already got. They might just have to just crunch into the middle, though, and be part of that melee in the mid.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. They're having fortunate today in terms of circles, but they've been fortunate in terms of circles in the past as well, but they've never taken that initial rotate where it was presented to them, whereas the case of that compound right there, it's really good. It's really good. It's really good. And then time goes by long enough for it to become a horrid spot to play just because another team's already taken it. And a lot of times that happened, I think, even with Brute Force last week, where they were so far out, but Team Spirit was so in shambles that they decided that they would look at this compound and and ah over it for too long, and by that point Brute Force had just sent in and been like, oh, free compound, don't mind if I do.
S2G catching a point in the wind, a flying point. You love to see it. Now on the North Hills of Picado, they are divvying up the loot, scrambling back to their vehicles, pretending like nothing even happened. Vibes are like, where did our player go? We're like, we have no idea. We have no idea. We're just S2G. We're just chilling. We're just rotating. We don't know what happened to him. But in reality, it was them. They took him down. Team Falcons, they've also slammed center. They've pushed that button and deployed the center magnets and headed on in. Grabbing a little bit of top-up loot here as well after their loot phase. Brute Force yet to fully regroup on the western edge. Ooh, that hit him?
It's not bad.
Wait, was that a different...
I don't know how it hit, but it did.
Was that a different... Wait, was that nade?
Yeah, I think that the way it goes through is because it's a little bit skew on the observer. I think it actually did go through the windows of the bus and went and blew up on the other side.
That would make more sense.
But on our screen it bounced.
Yeah.
Which obviously is not ideal for us, but we can infer.
Yes. I appreciate the use of inference rather than deduction, which is good. Deduction requires cold hard facts. Inference requires solid guesswork, educated guessing. Which is a criticism. It's a major criticism that people have of the Sherlock Holmes series is that they always call him a master of deduction, whereas what he is doing is inference all the time.
Yeah. That's true.
Different
No,
logical
thought about that,
processes.
actually.
Yeah. There you go.
Navi's not having a good time. Everyone seems to be gatekeeping this squad. I think they're realizing more and more that circles down south, they need to move early. Can't hang around.
Yeah, out of the north side, Zeus. A little pepper on the back bonnet. And it's certainly spicy with the K9 barking down your back pipe. But Lemon isn't going to be able to do much of biting anyone right now. Because Zeus are over the ridgelines. They're away.
Off goes Darkin. And it's also Nomi from Team Spirit to find Scarface. Last week's MVP on a knock there from Fireflux. I don't think it was a full confirm though, just yet.
Fireflux fighting for a spot in the middle, but so far their campaign today not been the most successful. It is unfortunate. Northeast shift. Now this changes the dynamic quite a lot. Keeps Picardo in the northwest side of Los Leones as well. IWNRX's position on the north hills of Los Leones, fairly solid, but they may want to try and move a little bit further ahead, to try and get ahead of the curve of Heroic, who are trying to move in from this east side, past La Bendita, trying to get in towards the ridgeline. There is this big crater that sits out to the east side of Picardo right now that is a major feature of the east side. You can't really go through it too easily at all, which means that it's going to split those teams on the east fairly awfully. We're going to see more packing down to the south of Picardo than I think we're used to seeing, and I think this circle could get frisky very quickly.
There's going to be a lot of squads battling out for several different positions here. The ridge side on the north side of Picardo is still in though, which should give ample opportunity for teams like Guild, Na'Vi, Zeus to have a position to scout off the back of before they make their move into the circle, likely on stage 3. For a lot of teams that went down towards the southwest though, it has really scuppered them. I mean, Team Spirit, take for example, this shift so far up towards that northeast side that their central spot suddenly becomes very much an outside chance, alongside with Fireflux. The Fireflux did already lose 2 players in this game.
Yeah, they have just been shredded apart a little bit. It's unfortunate, but someone has to go down, I suppose, in the end. People may be making their way into Picardo as a last-ditch brute force on the north of Picardo. And potentially Na'Vi going to fight off of that position that you highlighted, North Picardo on the hills, to get some oversight onto teams rotating in. Teams on the northeast, Zeus and the Guild, going to have to fight against Heroic on the north side of that big ditch, that not quite as distinct a crater as La Bendita, but still a crater in its own right that Heroic currently hold the north side of. So Zeus and Guild going to have to settle their grievances and then turn their attention towards Heroic as well, whoever comes out on top of that scrap. Potential for Guild to sweep all the way down to the east side of it and maybe actually just bypass that fight entirely, but then they're pushing in over the north side of Los Leones, and that's going to come with its own set of challenges.
You know, it's 2G at the moment, 3 players, but Picardo bound. That was a bad spot to be, but I think moving down towards the south side is going to be difficult with Footballers Chaos in the way. We are moments away from Zone 3. Just going to make this a little bit easier for teams to figure out where they'd like to go next. In the meantime, Nigma Galaxy rolls up right behind Team Spirit. And they should need to regroup over on the other side of the road.
Yeah, that's smart. They just needed to get out there. They knew that. Kitsune and Nomi fold back in with the rest of the troop, and they're going to have to head further east as well. The south side of that big ditch that I was talking about, just south of Heroic, just east of RCB, on the northeast side of this next circle. That is, again, a major feature here, and this northeast side is looking so dangerous. It's primed to explode. Team Spirit crashing on the west edge.
I mean, it's an interesting choice from them. It starts off well over towards the Falcons. I mean, a couple of players do take a hefty bit of damage, but it is more going towards Team Spirit side of things, and it is towards the Falcons, and only losing Kitsune is not too bad, but he does take quite a bit of chunks here.
Big nade. Not going the distance. Spark and Ali alive. Wanting to find some suppression to Nomi, who goes down to a nade. Kitsune flushed out by it as well. And Ali gets value out of the engagement. 3 players alive for Falcons, and that is really nasty for Team Spirit. They're in a position to maybe get this res, but there's still these nades that can come through. Ali does not have any more left. He's not going to have that ordnance in the back pocket. Matic getting the res onto Nomi, putting the smokes down to get Hook back up, in effect clocked on the sidelines. That is a lovely pickup coming through. Spark and Ali rallying for the Falcons.
Yeah, just 2 players remaining. Fair few nades, though, for Matic. Unlikely he's escaping from this spot, though. They'd have to fully remove the guys from the Falcons. I think it's unwise to go for that res there from the Falcons, though. And another nice nade over the top, but just goes slightly far.
Matic strafing the hillside now, exposed to a broadside, unfortunately, across the way. I think that might be vibes. Nomi tumbles over, skids to a halt, but hasn't found Spark just yet. Matic in danger, but they play off one another, and they make it work. Now, where can they go as 2? They've got 4 limbs. They sweep Falcons aside. A heavy toll extracted from them. And their final map of the day to try and crown their glory. They needed 8 points to match their score from last week in just a single day. They've got 4 more to go.
It's a good play from Team Spirit. I think they suddenly realized that it's actually 2 teams taking shots towards them, both Power and the Falcons. They clear out the Falcons, only 2 players go down. Again, that is a difficult fight with multiple angles on top of it, and Falcons definitely forces the issue towards the end. Team Spirit would have rather backed off from that one. Too bad, though. They started it.
They did. They chose that fight. They targeted it. They moved in. They didn't quite have the setup to fully control the fight, unfortunately. But we've seen what they can do with 2. We've seen what they can do with 2 and only pistols as well. So, beware the Team Spirit that is wounded. On the west edge, though, they have to push through. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them actually crash into the crater or something wild like that, but we'll have to wait and see.
Na'Vi getting default popped out. It's from Brute Force on Neos. This rivalry continues on the northern edge of the map. Na'Vi pretty upset with the way this keeps going. It does ruin their Miramars, honestly.
Not been fun for them. Default down in the dumps as Tudo puts a nade up high. Looks to go long, but doesn't quite connect on that, right in between the 2 of them. That one may be a little bit better. In the meantime, Nomi is still going. S2G actually taking the fight, and that's going well. A nade over onto Default. That's the re-knock immediately. Lemon's now in nade range, though, of Tudo, and he needs to be careful. Backs off nicely. Neo's on the side swipe, forcing Na'Vi to take a linear fight with his teammate. This is how you play off one another, even though you're not right next to it. Lemon breaks down low, and that is heroic, picking up the points, or actually maybe brought back into control. It's Tudo to get that flush. And now the damage is on. The blue zone's crunching in. Flip gets the heal. Default and Flip playing now together. 2 very strong players on this Na'Vi roster from week 1. Here in week 2, have not had the same impact. Big nade damage onto Default. A nade cooked perfectly over towards Tudo, but the reposition down the hill is good. Look at a spray on with the UMP, pushing close, but only 6 rounds left. His teammate's down, and so is he. 2 players alive for Brute Force. They team up at the right time. Heroic over the ridgeline. Getting lead sent back their way, but Brute Force getting aggy with it.
Yeah, I mean, Brute Force is a great hold. Cuts them right out on this awkward position to be climbing up the ridge side. 2v3, by the way, from Team Spirit over towards S2G, and now S2G is just on the last member alive. That sits them on 5 elims for Team Spirit.
Decent stuff. They're going to have to contend with a run out from Picardo soon, though. In the meantime, Virtus Pro on the northeast side have the blue zone pushing. Guild in their way. 4 players alive. Icy down to heal. And Guild playing currently with 2 players alive. So should be All things considered, a Virtus.pro win, but we saw what Guild did to Enigma Galaxy earlier on, and they've been able to open up for one. Traded off immediately, though, and that is a good start. Now just Wagner left, cooking the nade, trying to find a player on Virtus.pro. Not going to connect with that nade, and they can look for the res, but the zone is pushing in, and the crawl needs to come through from Bishke. Repositions away from the vehicle, dodging the damage from the nades, stays alive for a little longer. Molotov to suppress.
Nade goes through. Malloy. To throw another one over top side. It's Koa though, so incredibly low versus Guild. Virtus.pro has not had the most awesome of days, so getting a decent beginning to their week here on Miramar would be very, very nice. They've got 4 players to do it with.
Bang. Right over his head. Puts the star on the Wagner tree. And that is a gift of a point given over to Virtus.pro. Very happy to receive that. In the meantime, circle just about to close. It does. It pops down southwest. And RCB are in the driver's seat now.
Heroic. Sending downhill as the circle centers up over towards RCB. And they'll be able to play this ridge side that sits between them. It will isolate a lot of the fights towards them on this northeast side, and Brute Force has other plans for Heroic after identifying their rotation pass as they shot at them earlier.
This little dip in the top ridge of this crater. Managing to get through using this little plateau in the middle of this ridge really nice and effectively. Nades are very dangerous, and Silas peeks over the top, almost has his head taken off there by Volt, but backs off, and that is great info gathered now by RCB. They know, okay, we're contending with a full force squad here. We're seeing a full roll-up. Now they can start to bolster their northern hold, reposition their players should they need to. In the meantime, Brute Force going to have to divert around. Zeus as well. Virtus.pro. I really like this roll-up from Heroic. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, for Heroic, it was dangerous, but it has paid off. And with their man advantage, they definitely push Brute Force away, which is the smart thing. They do lose one player in the process, but it should be resable for them as Jafar spots out Brute Force underneath, takes a good spray over towards him, and Shudo finally gets knocked.
Flushed out. Nico. Taking the fight to them. Eren. Zeus. Taking shots across the way. This is up north towards Virtus.pro. Not really connecting too much. Heroic trying to find optimal positions here, but Zeus are downhill in the buildings. They are on a level with this northwest side. As it tilts away from them around the buildings, though, it's going to be harder and harder to leave. They are locking themselves down. 12 teams remaining. Still a lot of players left in this lobby.
Yeah, 35 and 12 teams is impressive, and it kind of is just because when you get this circle, you have 3 engagements happening at the same time, essentially, over towards the northeast, northwest, and this south border with the road that cuts it out. Essentially 3 separate games happening. Jafar, though, are pretty much a mad one today. He's done a lot for the team. Finally, he's put down, despite the amount of work he's been putting in.
Taken out on the off angle here. Volt pushing up for the challenge with Icy, but backs down. DBS answering back. A conversation between these 2 players on the ridge top as Icy drops another smoke in front of him. But Chaos taking shots, and finally there's the blast to the belly as Eren claps in from Zeus across the way. The shot down onto Nico brings Foot Chaos out of the mix. And Volt still with the challenge on Icy. 3 players for Virtus.pro. Heroic trying to fight against them. Beautiful stand-up shot from Volt. Has 4 more in the back of the barrel. Needs to try and put more to chunk them through as he adds to the tally. Virtus.pro trying to suppress the ridge line, trying to get this re-knock, and now it's just Icy. Volt handles everyone on Virtus.pro, but he in turn is stabbed in the back. Silas slices through him, and all the northern side is cleared out. No threats to be seen there.
I mean, Volt, though, I would be very happy with that situation. He had very limited time to finish all that off. You don't have any idea of where Kelsey is, every single nade goes in the wrong spot. And they look to clear him out, as two.
Matic
Being
steps
one
in
of them.
first. Goes down. That's disastrous. Nomi, though, will not be able to save his teammate, but does get the refrag. 6 eliminations now found, and will be able to grab some loot, move on forwards. S2G eliminated. Vibes may be next up as Fadan has a challenge, but could go either way. Super low HP, and Power lose another. Easy just over the ridgeline, and Weiss won't go for the flush. He'll go for the challenge. Could allow Power to get back to their feet, but he's not even going to open the door. He's not going to give them a chance. 3 players alive on Vibes, with the blue zone coming. And he will need these reses fast. RCB still in the middle. 6 teams remain.
That is the right play there coming through from Weiss. Rather than playing it slow and backing it out, he immediately goes for the fight instead. Keeps Vibes in. A few more minutes in this match. Nomi's position known though to RCB. And I imagine RCB would quite like a little bit of revenge from last match.
Nomi's on the roll. Don't know how long he'll last, but he looks to try and make it to a shack. Staying alive on the edge. Miracles happen for Team Spirit when they're in their shacks. IWNRX. The challenge on the southeast side. Enigma Galaxy, who have been making waves today. I think it's safe to say. They've had some highs, they've had some lows. But they've certainly been on our screens. That much you could say for sure.
Yeah, I think the main thing for RCB right now is not to put too much focus over towards Nomi. There's far more teams over towards the eastern side that they need to wound to confer themselves a decent match here. Enigma Galaxy spot IWNRX, who are down towards that south side. As RCB puts a pin over towards Vibes.
Galaxy rolling back over towards Zedwolf on contact. The smoke at the backline is keeping the sightline suppressed. This is a big rollout for 2 players from Enigma Galaxy. Snoix and Narvalo, but immediately an answer. Kine strafes back out of the smoke, clocks Narvalo, and takes a second as well. Kine is doing so much work and steps up again over the smoke. Enigma Galaxy thought this would be an easy rollover, but Redox can't find an answer. Zedwolf's going to get the healing done, and Frozen is there still, down in the ditch. They are on the inside track here. And keeping things tidy. IWNRX not going down without a fight.
And for Enigma Galaxy, the times against them, IWNRX are not in the circle, but they're further in than Enigma Galaxy are. Zedwolf will get cleaned out, but as soon as Enigma Galaxy has to peek over towards this ridge, that's when IWNRX can strike. Has been made a lot more difficult by the fact there is only 2 players, but a 2v2 very possible. IWNRX will have the advantage soon.
Zeus, though, on the off angle, could be a big factor here. That's going to suppress Enigma Galaxy's peaking abilities. You can see the shots starting to come out from Zeus. That's going to stop Enigma Galaxy from taking shots down towards IWNRX as well. That could be a major factor to boot. Kine just hunkering down. You can see the vehicles laid, strewn around them. No more cover to move. The rocks now, their only friends. Subscribing to Geology Weekly. In comes the roll down. Enigma Galaxy trying to get ahead of it. Eren takes shots out, and there's the first to go down. It's Ralph.
Silas and Nomi taking a battle against one another right on the edge of the blue. Nomi's very low now. And Vibes takes more damage from Loxy as they attempted to get closer towards their compound. Both Nomi and Silas need to move, though.
Nomi is so tight to this fight, but look at the downhill advantage he has here. Vibes not worried about the position further up. I'll take that back. There's a nades going out his way. They definitely know, and they know that they can't step up. This fight needs to conclude here. Victor looking to find Nomi on the off angle as well, and he is spotted. He's down, 6th place for Team Spirit. I think they fall just short of their mark from yesterday's matches. With 6 eliminations in a 6th place, that is a brilliant day they've had so far. As finally, Enigma Galaxy fall, IWNRX fall as well. It's on the north side. We turn our gaze now as RCB have been sat in their castle for so long. The nade bounces high, and Victor has half of his HP bar eaten away by it. Loxy with another, but Victor has the answer. It is back and forth, bombardments both ways, and Wild sprays down towards Victor. RCB keep 4 alive, but Zeus may be able to usurp the throne.
Yeah, again, there was a lot of focus here from RCB towards this side of the map, and I think maybe for Silas, his time was better spent elsewhere on the map. His Vibes would have had to dealt with Nomi anyway. I can see if they wanted points, but now Zeus has just been allowed to fully get in. And it's just going to be a test of RCB's ability, essentially, in a 4v4. Who's mechanically stronger?
Inside track, I think, is in favor of Zeus, but there's vehicles for RCB. Pulled out of 1, bringing the numbers even now. 3 versus 4. Eren doing so much heavy lifting for this team. 800 damage already. 3 eliminations on side. Rita, Darkin, and Eren. They tried to go for that rollout. That's what I was worried about for Zeus, but they controlled it. There's the flush coming through as Darkin picks up the point. Eren, I mean, he might have to put his head down and keep it down here, but he's closer to the middle than RCB. They have to move first.
This is what's going to cause RCB problems. Maniac down, though, is very good news for us, for RCB. Takes down one of those angles. Now Wild's going to make a similar play in the vehicle. Try to get a little bit closer. They'll need that hard cover later on. And it is one of the gifts that having a position like this on the map gives you, is safety for vehicles.
RCB, they left the back door open here. Zeus had kind of strolled right in. There is so much open ground. They have tried to marshal their vehicles, but not really super successfully for RCB. Could this be a second chicken dinner on the day for Zeus? An opportunity for Eren to really show what a linchpin he is on this roster. In this position anyway. As Loxy wants this high ground, but what are you going to do when the rooftop gets blue? Because Eren is going to have to leave after you do. As Wild takes a lot of damage from that nade. Nice high nade. Gonna reach not quite towards Eren. Silas as well. Taking damage. Rita up and into the warehouse now. And we're in the end game.
Loxy pushing forward. Wild extremely low. Might push a little bit further in. Eren starts to pull the pin of grenades, and they're going long, but not quite long enough. Tags over towards Silas, at least giving information, but it was between the two of them, so it's not reliable. The step up comes through. Now Rita has to be good on the side. Finds the first. Loxy's underneath. Extremely low. Has to back.
Backpedaling here, Silas now the front man, but goes down to a nade. Just one player, Loxy, on an invisible health bar as Rita hops around, but gets swept aside. A second spray, not going to connect, and Darkin takes it back in stride. What a way to close it down. Zeus with 2 chicken dinners today. Team Spirit with 3. A miraculous return to form for them, and Zeus able to keep their ascendancy going.
Yeah, honestly, for Zeus, it's been a good day for them in terms of improvement from last week and putting it all into practice now today. They look like a pretty competent team. I mean, they're definitely not at the top, but in terms of risers within the lobby, this is certainly one of them. I'm excited to see what they can do more in the future. Potentially they take this tournament by storm, who knows. But right now it's been a extremely good and fun day with Team Spirit taking 3 of those chicken dinners and still even looking like a threat in that game as only 2. This initial fight here was tricky to play out, and Brute Force still on their hate train towards Na'Vi.
They have been making a nuisance of themselves. Brute Force, I'm not entirely sure how many points they were able to get on that match, but it seemed like they were still getting stuck in nice and quickly. This was an unfortunate turn of events that lost Team Spirit one of their remaining duo. But Brute Force today as well have been impressive in my book. They've been very much on the aggressive stance today. And I think it's worked out well. They've kept up pace. Heroic has been able to keep that pace up. 2 chicken dinners for Zeus, and Team Spirit, of course, capping it with 3 chicken dinners and a monumental scoring day. We'll take a look at the chicken dinner stats here from Zeus. Able to break that 2,000 damage barrier, breaking that 1,000 healing barrier, 8 eliminations. It was really nice stuff. They played from the far side of that crater that sat as a major feature in those final circles, and anybody who tried to move before them, they were able to cut out underneath them. RCB could not hold the center. They stepped out too wide to deal with the encroaching forces on the west, and Zeus sidled on through for a win.
Yeah, I think Silas's position would have been a lot nicer over towards the eastern side. And I think as soon as he realizes he's dealing with a solo, that's when you make the shift. That's when you make the move over towards the east side of the map. But yeah, it's a difficult one. It's hard in the moment as well. But today has been a really fun day. Again, not similar names making it towards the top side of the tables as per usual. This is a much more competitive lobby, I would say, in terms of who's on top from week to week. And with that last game, I believe it was 2 points they grabbed from 6th place, and the 6 eliminations just sit them directly equal now with last week's scoring on the whole.
Absolutely. 82 points for the entirety of last week, earned in just a single day for Team Spirit. 58 elimination points they got last week. They're on 45 right now, so a lot of improvement on the placement points for Team Spirit. In their 6 matches that they found, they have found victory. That is a great result for them. That's a 12-point average per map, and that is a great result to have. But Heroic have 10 points average per map as well. A heroic effort from them. Aggressive again, 41 eliminations, nearly keeping tabs on Team Spirit with that one, only 4 eliminations behind, obviously a deficit of placement points, but Zeus as well on that top 3 podium with Brute Force just behind.
Yeah, I mean, for Brute Force, this is quite an important thing for them because I think it was 10 placement points they were able to get there and 37 eliminations. So even when it wasn't going so well on, I think it's a less than a 2-point average for themselves during those games in terms of placements, they were still putting up a ton of eliminations. So I genuinely think a lot of the circles were quite hard for them to play today. And even the ones that were really difficult, like the erangel, where they had to cross past Na'Vi, they still did a fantastic job there, being able to take down Axa into Flip and then crossing through onto the Northern Island. So very, very well done to Brute Force, just in terms of, as per usual, Brute Force.
Yeah, they were able to punch a hole straight on through where they needed to. They took the fight, and it's worked out for them. So beautiful stuff for Brute Force. But I think that all eyes are definitely on Team Spirit still, right? That has to be where we cast our attention, because it was a fantastic day for this roster. 8,314 damage on 6 matches is incredible. That is great stuff. 45 eliminations in just 6 matches is a monumental record. This is a team revitalized. They have stepped up to the mark. They have taken the L in their stride, and they posted a fat dub on today's games. It is about continuance now. We'll see what more they've got as well.
Yeah, it does feel very silly seeing these stats and knowing they're only from the one day here. And I think we can be almost certain that the MVP for the day is Nomi. I think that is kind of undisputed at this point. But overall, what a way to start out week 2 with just the biggest turnaround from Team Spirit. And again, we sort of said it last week in the sense that we can't get too down about Team Spirit until like day 4, because they'll bring it back at some point, just like this man has right here on your screens in Nomi.
Yeah.
3,800 damage, 22 eliminations, 23 minutes and 22 of average survival time. And I mean, the thing is, what I was saying did get thrown out the window, because throughout the entirety of that week, they didn't pick it back up again, only for me to have to eat my words once again when I said that I was wrong, because they bring it back. In week 2, it did take a while.
They were disappointing in week 1. You can't change that. It is absolutely not what you expect. This was my favorite moment, though, when Nomi started pulling out the pistol, just popping shots across the way, the red dot over the ranges, and made it work. This guy was on a tear today, brutal as anything. Shutting it down, taking it in stride, making it work for the team. He is a warrior. Let's see who he's calling out. It's a team deathmatch tomorrow, the Warehouse Challenge. It's S2G.
To be fair, they have taken a lot of pot shots of them today, to be honest with you, in terms of positions where they maybe could have got a little bit further in, or just being frustrating to play against. But yeah, an S2G call out, especially because in that last match, it was S2G taking down his teammate Matic, which might have changed things up in towards that end game. Who knows? But on the line for $500 tomorrow, which you can find out more over on our socials at PUBG Mobile Europe official, generally over at Instagram as well as YouTube and TikTok.
Yeah, check out the relevant social media of your choosing should you want to be a scrolly guy or like a, I don't know what else. How do you navigate on? I'm not entirely sure. This is up to you. This has got away from me, but it will keep you up to date nonetheless, no matter where you go, for all the latest information over there. It has been a great start to week 2 for me. I think that the fall off of Na'Vi and IWNRX and Fireflux, to be honest, and the ascendancy of Team Spirit. I also am so glad to see Heroic back at the start of week 1. I was really entertained by what they were able to achieve, but then they didn't quite convert. They've started off strong again today, so I'm hoping that this time around they will be able to maintain and know that it's not a glitch on your screens. Team Spirit really did win 3 chicken dinners today, and Zeus really did win 2 on the bookends of the day as well. So great results coming through from those 2 rosters, as well as plenty others.
Yep. It was almost RCB 3 times if it wasn't for those meddling Team Spirit shenanigans that went on for the past 2 games there, John.
No, absolutely. But my name is John Allen. With me has been Blank. We have been loving day 1, and I am excited for day 2. I hope you guys are too, so stay tuned because there is that coming your way tomorrow. We'll see you there.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one minute turn.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.